Welcome to our first episode of a new feature for 2022, Retro Mario Maker. We'll be going back to the original Super Mario Maker for the Wii U that was released in 2015. And yes, indeed, B-Minutes, we are doing Mario Maker 1. And we've got quite a lengthy playlist ahead of us, so let's get right into it. So yeah, this will be our weekday feature for probably the next few weeks, depending on how long it takes me to get through the levels. We've got a couple of the major community projects from Mario Maker 1 lined up, as well as a couple of playlists, including puzzles from a number of makers that we didn't know at the time, but have been acquainted with since. So today we're going to begin with 1 year of Mario Maker, 1YMM, which was assembled for the first anniversary of the game and released as a set of 32 levels in September and October 2016. And as you can see with the link there, we do have the level codes on that website in sort of a reverse chronological order because of the way it was set up as a blog. Anyway, let's punch in the codes. Let's hope that things actually work out the way I want to. Because this is my first time streaming off my Wii U, which, after many misadventures, has finally been recovered and set up. Here's the very nice thing about this game, is that I can use touch entry for the level codes themselves, which is incredibly convenient in that I can do it while I am simultaneously connected to my main display for streaming. Assuming that I can type accurately, we're going to bring up the first level in the set, which is going to be Mario's Birthday by Scarlet. So, the description of the level itself and of the maker, Scarlet, are on the website that is linked to by the 1YMM command, where the level codes also reside. Because, of course, as we'll remember, in Mario Maker 1, we had access directly to the beautiful banner thumbnail overview of the entire level layout, but not to any kind of description text. So the description says, "Happy birthday, Super Mario Maker. This simple course is a celebration of Mario's early years as he grows up, from being delivered by Yoshi to his home in the Mushroom Kingdom to his iconic first platforming adventure. Disclaimer, Mario Brothers and side games are not included. Speed through hordes of enemies by becoming a Superstar Mario before nabbing a cornucopia of power-ups and blasting your way through the title screen." I think I can see where the title screen is going to occur. Let's take a look. I also see that there's a 1YMM birthday cake in the main layout. I don't know how accessible it is. And Mario, welcome. Anyway, amiibo costumes, how much we have missed them. Oh, it's actually the woolly Yoshi, if you look at it. I don't think I even remembered this was in the game. But anyway, you're going to begin with your woolly Yoshi. You can't actually pick up any of the flowers in the fields, but you can explore the area around the Toad House. Grab some 1-ups for, oh, it's not going to be endless, it's going to be 100 Mario Challenge. And sure, let's take a peek inside the door, even though the pipe is going to eventually lead us to the right. And the house is just a house, but it's going to turn you into Baby Mario from Yoshi's Island. I didn't remember this sprite as being in the game either, because it's just been such a long time since I have looked at any of this, and I never really got 100% collection myself. But anyway, back when we needed setups like this to get some music to play, very early on in the development of the art of the music level. But yeah, this is the kind of themed adventure that was possible in Mario Maker 1 with the use of the amiibo costumes that we just never see anymore, as I often talk about when I'm playing the sort of much more functionally oriented Mario Maker 2. What is even going on here with the tracks? I think that's probably just something a little more visible in the thumbnail. But anyway, we're going to have to go back for another star, I think, given that I did not complete the Baby Mario run. Can I go back for another star? Maybe I can. Maybe the pipe is going to spawn. Yeah, there we go. So, very much a Yoshi's Island moment here as we try to do the star run all the way across. Yeah, sure, let's grab another one. And, oh. Really flubbed that. And out just in time. That's what the tracks are for. And up we go. And look at that, that looks familiar. You can, however, scroll left. It's really interesting how well spaced this is to kind of disguise it as its own discrete space, separate from everything else, despite the lack of scroll stop in this game. Anyway, here we are with... Whoops. Mario's additional blue costume, which is just going to get peeled off right away. Hopefully not necessary for anything here. Nope, won't be. We'll just Donkey Kong our way over. And what do we got here? Click. Anything from the pipe? Yes, Koopa almost landed on my head. And that would have been very unpleasant. And through we go. Okay, Stiletto. And Fire Clown Car, which was, of course, original to Mario Maker 1 and patched in early 2016, I want to say, probably around March 2016, so a couple months before these 1YM levels were released. I guess this is the part where we blast through the title screen. Also, I see that we didn't actually wind up seeing the 1YM cake room, at least not directly. I don't see a way to get in there. I mean, that's something we can eventually inspect in a Maker mode, but I don't think that, unlike the more recent projects, 4, 5, 6 YMM that were made for Mario Maker 2, back then, I don't think it was yet codified that everybody would have something like the secret cake hunt, so... Also, for some reason, I'd also forgotten that the Fire at Clown Car, when you have it in the 8-bit display mode that came with the 8-bit amiibos, transforms into this Princess Toadstool pattern that you see here. And that the Stiletto also transforms into the pipe. But I guess we originally just never saw much use of the 8-bit amiibo with all of the different skins that it makes possible. So anyway, here's a mystery mushroom hut that I do not apparently have a way to access. But here's a door that we'll of course be checking. And oh, here it is, 1YMM. And we're going to bust some of this down, but ultimately head back out the pipe, which is going to drop me somewhere else completely. It's going to take me... Whoa. What even is this costume? I don't even remember that. But it is going to give us gold and silver. Heart gold and soul silver, perhaps. And Blue Blur indeed, it is nostalgia. Very powerful drug. Anyway, that's it. That's the clear. Let's see how the clears are actually registered now that the sort of record-keeping side of the servers have been taken down. World records are still stored. I don't know if stars and such are still stored. And notified, although of course like the bookmark site as well as a lot of those other community features have been long taken down. Miiverse has been long gone, but some things apparently are still functional. Blue Blur, that was literally the first level in the set. And so far they've been fantastic. 100% of them have been great. But we've only played one. Let's move on to the next one in the set, which is going to be Wiggler Volcano by Mario Lab. And just one moment here while we punch in the code. As you can see here, the Super Mario text on the main screen, that's what we busted through with the Fire Clown car in Scarlet's level much earlier. Also, that beautiful stork image from Yoshi's Island, now that we know basically how the whole level was put together. Yeah, just really well integrated with the whole thing. I think all the artwork in the thumbnail and the playable space itself. Alright, next code. Now, since I am entering this on the gamepad, you can't quite see it on the screen yourself. But we'll bring this up. Document, but which one's my favorite so far? I think right now it's a tie. It's a one-way tie. So here's number 2, Wiggler Volcano by Mario Lab. Once again with this kind of symmetrical 1YMM layout around the central cake that we just saw in the previous level. Great minds apparently think alike. Here's the description text. Behold, Wiggler Volcano. Mario Lab wanted to create a throwback to one of the first levels that he shared on Twitch before he ever started streaming. The original level had the player go into a volcano to save Yoshi. He completely revamped the concept by focusing more on platforming and giving it a new theme with one of his favorite elements in the game, Wigglers. Hope you enjoy yet another unforgettable adventure from the lab. So yeah, I don't know if Mario Lab streams anymore, but was a streaming presence in the first game. Not really somebody I knew because I wasn't really active in the Twitch scene at all. I caught up on a lot of these levels and a lot of these makers much, much later. But I haven't seen this one, so let's take a look at the volcano that we already kind of see a preview of on the left side of the level layout. And Blue Blur, you don't have school tomorrow. I don't know if that's for holiday reasons or coronavirus reasons, but in any case, I hope you're doing alright. And yes, indeed, Miss Yarrow, these were the days of having single candles instead of taking up the entity limit with tons of burners and eventually having to resort to just illustrating a number 6 or a number 5 or a lemon or something, if you're into that kind of thing. Anyway, I wasn't paying attention here. I was trying to get up to the top left, but it seems like we've received all the wigglers we will from that side, so let's get up here and just tuck in. Okay. Up the volcano, and, you know, let's actually watch our feet instead of dying to something extremely trivial. Luca, welcome. Oop. Nearly shot in the face. Anyway. Look at this meticulously placed bomb that doesn't look suspicious at all. I think we're going to ignite it. Probably firing a fire car or something on the right. Or having something else crash in. Whoops. Up we go. Checkpoint down below. I feel like we should be spinning on this guy. And okay, here's the chomp curtain. Bad idea. I do want to see what's up there, though. And Blue Blur, you've been snowed in, I see. Okay. Well, probably for the best that people are not going to be out in traffic in those conditions. That you can stay and hang out on Twitch all day instead. Otherwise known as studying. Let's not let up that much on a jump. Okay. And let's head down here. Speed through it a little bit, and then let's face the chomp curtain carefully. I have to go a little bit faster than that, I think. Or just climb around it and kind of not go through the center and go up the side. And yeah, Blue Blur, I was, as you might imagine, also somebody who just always got away without studying. It works for a while, and then you realize that it's actually not very good for your long-term conceptual memory. And so, I think in some ways I value studying much more than I used to, now that I'm much too old to have good memory for it. Because, you know, you get to the point where you develop various skill sets to the point where you realize there is no way forward except by just beating your head against something very repetitive when it comes to, you know, rote homework. And you either quit the thing or you push through the wall and get better at it. But everybody eventually does hit that wall where you stop being able to ride on talent. And it's very true of things like mathematics, for instance, where a lot of people can just kind of get by their school-age years on a really good natural conceptual understanding. Now, up there we had the Koopa shell, and we also had the 1-up. The 1-ups that would bounce off the left side over here. We know how to unleash that. We theoretically know how to come back down safely. I don't know if we actually need that for anything. But we'll keep an eye out for anywhere that will need a red Koopa shell, in case that becomes useful. This seems like it's mostly there to reset the items in case we need to respawn Yoshi or the trampoline or both. That, of course, looks promising. You know what? If you had Yoshi, and if you eventually get to ride a fire car or something, then hitting the POWs above the chomp curtain would allow you to go into the pipes safely. So we'll keep that in mind if we need a pipe entry. We also do need the red shell over here. That's what it's for. Because the red shell will bust through that block and also pop Yoshi or the spring up above, depending on what is going to spawn from that block. So up the chomp curtain we go. Off the side, not up the center. We know that from previous experience. You do sadly have to read a 62-page book. Well, I mean, that's going to be quick. You can do that quite easily. And, yeah, do let me know what book. If it's a textbook or if it's something else, like a... I don't even know what they do in 8th grade nowadays. If B Minutes is still here, B Minutes teaches middle school, you could maybe enlighten us on that. Not that he's in the same curricular system. Yeah, and Miss Yarrow, you were an English major, and it wasn't until later in high school that you were actually assigned books you were legitimately interested in. Yeah, I barely even remember what was ever assigned in school because I would kind of... you know, seek them out at my own pace, and I found that, you know, later on in life, like, there were a lot of books that people commonly study in school, which I didn't, and encountering them independently, I think, was much better for me. You know, some of the basic stuff, like, J.D. Salinger and so on. Like, that's very commonly taught in a curricular context, but which I was very pleased to discover myself. I was also, as you might have guessed, an English major. It was kind of a secondary major that I tacked on. And I specifically did it to try to encounter books that I wouldn't find myself, and I found it to be a very rewarding experience. I'm sure that surprises nobody here. Oh, it's not even a red Koopa, it's a green Koopa. Green Koopa? Ah, there we go. Nice landing. Yeah, we probably should have shot this twice. There we go. There's my Yoshi. Yoshi can go up the chomp, of course. We could spin up the chomp, but I don't see a reason to do it. We would actually want to capture some fire. And light some things up. Light up that bomb. Now, how about the range here on this? Whoop. The range on the fire, not the range on a chomp. I actually should rethink that. I'd forgotten how far away the volcano is, but of course, like, the thing that you want to do is hit the bomb. Or you could just take Yoshi over here, grab one of the burners over here, and fire from this spot, and that is much more sensible. Oop. And Naviminus, you were saying you don't assign reading, you assign writing. Yeah. And yeah, Blue-Blur, Jack London, I believe. You'll get through that in no time. And trust me, like, I will say, Blue-Blur, the thing that... I mean, I really enjoy streaming Mario Maker. The thing I dislike most about streaming on Twitch is that it has severely cut into the time that I have to read books. Like, it's severely cut into it. And I say that to emphasize that you probably don't have better things to do. I mean, I don't know much about what else is going on with you and what other things you're committed to, but you should not undervalue the time that is spent sort of developing this arsenal of literary culture that you can fall back on. Whoops. Here we go. And yeah, Miss Yarrow wants to give you experimental fiction and absurdist theater. I kind of wonder what you would be referring to at a high school level, because I'm trying to think back to anything of that nature that would have been taught sort of in a high school context, and the closest thing I can think to that would be something like Tom Stoppard, where, like, you know, just because people would be starting to get an introduction to things like Shakespeare at that level, you would also have Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead very frequently taught. And I remember being introduced to that in a schooling context as well. And it's actually something I still haven't seen performed on stage and very much would like to someday. Because it will not surprise you to know that that is, in some ways, very much my kind of thing. Yeah, okay, so you actually can't really cart Yoshi over the curtain, can you? Let's get over here. As I lay down and waiting for Godot, yeah. Wait, down the coins. You know what? Why don't we take this? Can we take this? I think it's specifically positioned to prevent me from taking it. Yeah, I finally watched Waiting for Godot performed on stage a couple years ago. I narrowly missed the opportunity to see Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart perform it, in fact, about a decade ago. Like, I was just barely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or rather, I was in the right place, but at the wrong time. And that's one thing I really wish I would have caught. I think I do have to fire this from the top and then race it, because I don't see that I can get Yoshi over. Whoops, let's reset. Let's reset. Resetting does mean I have to do the how sequence here once again. Okay. Now let's go back down. Alright, let's do this again. Grab Yoshi. And up we go. Yeah, so we'll take fire, we'll go up top, we'll fire something to the left, and then I guess we have to race the fireball up top personally. Or do I? Yes, there we go. I actually don't know much about how certain things like entity ranges changed in this game, in terms of the loading ranges, because I guess the bomb would have been sitting on top of this platform, and... No, that wouldn't be global, though. Like, if it were sitting on top of the burners, I think global burners are actually global in this game, but... I just don't remember some of the loading rules, because they changed so much in the second game. But I sort of remember that burners were formerly global, and then that was patched out, or changed, rather, for Mario Maker 2. We will need to spin here. Let me just try to get out of this position so we can start getting into a spin. Now, these were released shortly after key coins were patched into the original game. We obviously need to use a P-block to turn those into platforms first before we go back and forth for the key. Okay, here we go. I think I talked about this probably many streams ago, but a number of years ago I went to the rather remote village in the south of France where Samuel Beckett was in hiding in later years of the Second World War. And it is a part of Provence in southern France that is known for the coloration of its clay. Like, basically the soil there is just this incredibly bright shade of orange from which they used to make all kinds of like orange pigments and such. And so Samuel Beckett basically spent like 1942 or so in this house in this like bright orange landscape where the buildings made from the soil were also various shades of orange, and it was just very distinctive. Like, it's just a very memorable place. Anyway, that's my one story about Samuel Beckett. Do we want to do anything with these guys? Not really. Yeah, because if I kill these and I don't have to deal with them... Whoops, that's a mistake. That's okay, that's a fixable mistake. I said that's a fixable mistake. Come on. We want to hit the P-switch. And then take the pink coins. Yeah, hitting the P-switch right away would have dropped all the wigglers on me. We just avoided that through craftiness. Okay. Do we have enough of a spin? Yes, we do. You heard some wild stories about Beckett's Second World War experiences? Yeah. He's exactly the kind of person who would have had an interesting time. Along with a lot of other emigres who spent a lot of their time in France. Like Josephine Baker, who I understand, was recently inducted into the Panthéon in France. Because on top of being one of the most popular entertainers of her era and also one of the most successful Black American entertainers because she left America, Josephine Baker, of course, did some really important work as a secret agent, basically, since she had so many connections as an entertainer that would give her access to what the Nazis were up to in France. And anyway, take damage here. Up we go. Oh, yeah, that's okay. We go through here. Notice how you can do that kind of pipe entry in this game. The single spike. It would have been nice to keep the mushroom, of course. I feel like I shouldn't have done that. Can we? No, we had to mushroom off the checkpoint because this game does that. And that's actually specifically what the spike is there to prevent. The spike is there as a mushroom check because in Mario Maker 1, you could not touch checkpoints without picking up a mushroom. And you're also not allowed to go down here. This is, on one hand, a perfectly playable idea, but on the other hand, exactly the kind of thing that I think Kavik would probably reject today. Like the sort of troll-style flooring, if you know what I mean, with the burners. There's a lot of stuff about this game that I had forgot about until I started seeing it again now. So, if I get on a mushroom platform and I kill the Wigglers, I feel like this is actually maybe timed survival? No, there's the P that's on the right side. If we drop the POW somewhere, the Muncher dies, the Muncher drops the Spike Top. Does the Spike Top do something that allows the activation of the P? That's what we should ask ourselves. Yes, because the Spike Top is going to crawl around the walls. And if it goes around the walls, it should eventually do the circuit and get down to the P. So this is going to be a POW activation to kill the Muncher, followed by a time survival. And the Wigglers are bound to the tracks, not on the platform, which is why they don't die to the POW. The game was young, and honestly, like, by the standards of 2016, this is a series of some pretty cool ideas, right? Like, they might be pretty unpolished by the standards we're used to now. But there's a kind of wildness to Mario Maker 1 when people were figuring out just what you could do with it, especially thematically. That... you know, like, it's a product of its time in some ways. But I think it's sort of important to have these very transitional designs to have kept the vibrancy of the first game going. But anyway, no, that's readable. That's readable. It's something that I can understand pretty quickly. It's just that it took me a while to see the Muncher and the Spike Top because, of course, with the screen scrolling like it does, it just took me a moment to parse what was going on. And Luca, you have to go. No worries about that. Thanks for dropping by anyway, and I hope you're doing well. And Happy New Year, Luca. Whoops. And yeah, Miss Yarrow, I've played some of 1YMM because there were a few makers in 1YMM that I didn't know at the time, but which I followed, and I only realized later going back over my bookmarks or favorite makers and such that I had actually sort of added them to my list at the time before I knew who they were and before we had ever interacted. And so I had played a number of the makers in the YMM projects and played a few of them pretty exhaustively. And so that's how I would have encountered the YMM tags for the first time, and also encountered some of the previous levels. But there were a lot that fell through the cracks in between, including a lot of levels by people I did not meet until Maker 2. And Razor Sharp, I'll read your comment in just a second because I'm dodging fire. Sorry, I almost missed it because I'm just kind of diving back into this right away. I'm not quite reading the chat in order. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, so now it's going to be time survival. Time survival, you have to remember, is actually a fairly new concept at this stage, too, in terms of the ideas that people have for survival and switch activation. And Razor Sharp, you said Mario Maker 1 levels were held up against the original Mario games. Yeah, and it was also held up against the incredibly rough state of the community sort of on day 1 or month 1, where like everything was just auto spam and music levels, and maybe occasionally a Mario Kart amiibo level that would be not bad. But like I said, I think that in some ways Mario Maker 2 actually kind of overcorrected for this, in that, you know, people really wanted to kind of fill the queue with good level design early, and it somewhat succeeded when you think about the State of Endless at the start of Maker 2 versus 100 Mario Challenge at the start of Maker 1. But I think it did lead to a lot of things in Maker 2 becoming like stylistically homogenized very quickly, in terms of, you know, people becoming very set in their tastes and very set in their ideas about what good level design should be. And so it was kind of a double-edged sword, I think. You can tell right away, even with these first 2 levels that we see here, that this one didn't really even use the amiibo costumes, but like the first level that we saw from Scarlet, it has this very thematically driven thinking to it, where, you know, having the aesthetics actually mean something is just a much bigger part of what we see in Maker 1. And I think that's true across the board, not just in the levels that we see here, but it was just a much more central part of the culture of the game. And Mang, welcome. Glad to see you're still around. I hope the new year has been treating you well so far. Mang, unfortunately, we will not be able to stream Mario Maker on 3DS. But I understand that I would not have been able to see your creations in Mario Maker 3DS anyway, just given the lack of sharing features in that game. Ah, you're still in 2021, okay. I mean, not going to judge you for being on a lunar calendar, if that's what's happening. Blue Blur, how long is Maker 1 going on? So the plan currently is I'm still going to be doing Maker 2 viewer levels on the weekends. I'm taking a break from some of the usual feature content that I do in Maker 2, like the puzzles and super worlds and such, until we are done with at least 1, 2, and 3 YMM. I'm also planning to play a couple of the puzzle projects in this game and some of the puzzle makers, because, well, specifically, John or Tetraterix has a bunch of mega puzzles that are tuned to be several hours long that hardly anybody has ever played on stream, and that's been something that's been on my bucket list for some time because of how much I enjoyed his creations in Maker 2. So we have lots of stuff lined up in Maker 1. I might even do viewer levels at some point, but we'll see if there's any interest in that. But we're still doing Maker 2 when it comes to our standard viewer levels broadcasts, which I'll at least do 1 a week. I don't know if I can still do 2 a week because I've just been really busy. But we'll definitely be active in both games, if that's what you're asking. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I did see that you, in your previous incarnation, were on the list for 2 YMM, so looking forward to that as well. Okay, we did already pass this fight earlier. So just by way of a little bit of background, so I originally did play Mario Maker 1 from day 1 of the game, but I didn't really interact with much of the community stuff until 2019, actually. It was a few weeks before Mario Maker 2 was announced that I started doing a big catch-up in Maker 1. And that's how, you know, when I was catching up with a lot of the makers that I'd already known or followed, and also watched pretty much the entire Sieve Gaming channel on YouTube, which was still very active at the time. That's how I sort of found out about projects like Years of Mario Maker, and I started taking an interest in some of these codes. And so this has been something that I've wanted to go back and finish up for a long time now. And I was already a bit of a latecomer to the best stuff in Mario Maker 1 to begin with, in spite of the fact that I had played the game from its inception. And I think in some ways that's the value of projects like this for Maker 2, as well as that you do have a fairly sizable number of lapsed players that, whoops, drop out of the game before they really know what it's capable of. Notice how the exit pipe here also spawns fire at the end, because of course it's erupting after we blow everything up and take a very needless death. Just make a bit of an aesthetic observation there. But yeah, like I said, this is going to be our main weekday feature for a little while, until we get it all done. There are 32 levels in 1YMM. Hopefully they are all still up. I know that some of the other famous level lists, like some of the level playlists for GDQ, and perhaps some of the other projects, have had some deletions. I don't know if 1, 2, and 3YMM have any deletions. Other than maybe the original code for, I want to say, Plumber and Walls in 3YMM, which I know was re-uploaded and still exists. I know for sure that one was deleted and re-uploaded, so we'll just have to remember to swap into new code manually when we see it. But I have John's code, so I know where that is. Other than that, I don't know if anything else has been nuked. Okay, there we go. Just need to be extra careful here. I actually like the movement in this fight a lot. I'm not doing very well at it, despite how simple it is, but it's not a bad way to finish this concept, in spite of the sort of issues with polish that we are looking at in retrospect with the experience we have in 2022, or if you're Mang, 2021. Okay. Just trying to get in a good position here, because I find that I do kind of need to wiggle or bounce in order to reach the POW. And other than that, we'll just follow the oscillation. Yeah, the fire on the left side generally isn't giving me too much trouble. Now let's not die. Oh! The overlap. The semi-solid overlap with the spikes. I don't think that's the priority in Maker 2, because we see it all the time, don't we, in Maker 2, and it's safe. Unless I'm confused. It completely didn't register with me that that would be unsafe. I think that actually changed. I don't even remember, because I'm not too much of a troll player anymore, but you see that kind of thing in trolls all the time, right? And I think I just instinctively assumed it was a safe landing, but... And also, I didn't see Melonrind or Gilmore come in earlier. Hello, welcome. I hope you get to stay long enough for... Oh no, I guess your level is actually way further back in the list, isn't it? So we'll probably get to it a different day. West Second Gaming, since we're dead, let's give you a big shout out. Hope everything has been fine in the Mario Maker party room over there. Still running the disco ball as usual, I hope. As well as the other games that I know you run from time to time, so. Thank you for all the new follows, and thank you to the raid from West Second Gaming. We are playing Mario Maker 1. and going over the 1 year of Mario Maker anniversary levels that were published in September of 2016. And basically relearning the mechanics of the first game as I go. I've died to a few of the mechanical differences already, including one just now when it comes to the collision priority of the spikes and semi-solids, which I'm sure has changed. Like, I don't see why else I would have read that as being a safe landing zone. And so, thank you for all the follows from Mad Mantis, Taddy Mason, and All Sneezing Darkly. Okay, much better. Poor Yoshi. Well, no way to get up there, I guess. I wonder if getting up further with Yoshi would have been kind of a cake route or something. We did see a reachable cake in the first level by Scarlet. I don't know if that was so much a part of the YMM style guide back then, though, because I don't think it was ever sort of publicized. I do know in the thumbnail that there is a cake room in this level. I just don't know if it's actually accessible. Because was there a way to keep Yoshi at the end? Well, as you can see, the pipes at the end don't actually do anything for you. And it looks like the 1YM room is not enterable. Now, of course, in this game, we do have the benefit of looking at things in the editor. But for the sake of time, I'm not going to do that. Just because, honestly, I'm afraid to look at my core spot. I don't want to know what a mess it is right now. We might look at this in the editor afterwards off stream to see if I missed a secret. But for the time being, let's move on. And so yeah, West Second Gaming, I've been doing very well. Hope you had an excellent Christmas and New Year as well on your side. Manning, this was level 2 in the set. Nukaza, this is 2016. Anyway, let's move on. If you want the level codes, or at least the level list in a kind of reverse order, they are here on this page. It's organized like a blog. I believe Lantis was the one who actually set up that website, and that's how it was organized, but so we're basically starting at the bottom of that page and working our way up. So the next level is going to be Super Mario Mayhem by Silent96. So let's bring that up. And yeah, we'll talk about the editor in just a moment, because I actually do have something to say about that. So, Razor Sharp, you said removing the editor downloading was one of the worst things in Mario Maker 2. It definitely hurt some kinds of levels, I think, more than it helped others. There are certain things that were made possible by obfuscating that, but I certainly think that for some of the harder and more technical levels where people wanted the opportunity to practice, or for levels where you wanted to kind of take a peek behind the curtain and see how things worked, it was kind of a major hindrance to the community side of the game. However, you may or may not be aware that recently people have developed this kind of API access to an editor view that could be downloaded. I think somebody has actually put together some kind of web-based viewer for the data that you're able to grab, but recently there's been a lot of research into basically data mining Mario Maker 2 levels, which has been proceeding very quickly, so I'm not even up to speed on everything that has developed there. Here's Super Mario Mayhem by Silent96. And West Second Gaming, yeah, entering the codes in the Wii U gamepad has been extremely satisfying. Here's the level description on the website. Research suggests that going fast and plowing through enemies is fun. This level sets out to prove that theory. You'll need to think quickly as you dash from star to star, smashing enemies and avoiding pitfalls as the ground collapses beneath you. There's also a hidden route that's extra challenging, so keep an eye out for it. I don't know if I'll be doing 1, 2, and 3YMM sort of as exhaustively to 100% as I did the Mario Maker 2 projects. We'll kind of have to see how we're doing when it comes to content like that. But I'm not totally clear on basically how many secrets and how accessible things are, and it's a little more difficult to figure that out when we don't have comments or the presence of many of these makers to guide us along. So we'll see. We'll think about the optional content and do it if it looks reachable. Or just cheat and look in the editor, because that's what we do. Whoops. We're totally going to be going too slow here. No, we're not. Whoops. No, not fast enough. Needed to loop around, of course, and this is just going to be a death, so... actually, it's not only a death, but it's an SD lock, which Kavik apparently was not as strict about back then. So let's die to the SD lock instead of restarting, just to demonstrate that as a point of principle. Yeah, I remember telling Kavik a few months ago that I was planning to go back to the early YMMs, and he did warn me that there were SD locks everywhere. So you do need to maintain running momentum in order to dash through that whole thing. Gilmore says the difficulty of the secrets varies a lot. Good to know. Oh, no. The arrow actually keeps throwing me off just a little bit here, because I instinctively just jump up despite my usual aversion to following any kind of indications. Anyway. Down we go. And we'll take advantage of the amiibo costume. Whoops. There we go. Notice that with this amiibo costume, the star music is the sort of fully developed star music that's from, I believe it originated in Yoshi's Island before getting into the mainline series in Mario 64. I may be wrong about that, but I believe it first appeared in Yoshi's Island. Like the sort of upper counter melody to the original Superstar music. There are a lot of nuances to the amiibo costumes when it comes to things like audio changes that I had also completely forgotten about. Mystery Mushrooms were fantastic. I don't know why I keep thinking I should P-jump there. We should obviously skip the P. Also, we'll go through the sort of bonus death sequence in Maker 1 because, once again, that's something that we don't really get to experience much anymore, so... Okay, down we go. It tells you how conditioned I've become to certain tropes in Maker 2, that I see Ps like that, and the first thing I think is P-jump, in spite of the fact that it's obviously wrong. You kill the thwomps. There we go. And we die to the shiny yet deadly coins. Yeah, now Lanky Mario is just cranky Mario in his little baseball hut. I mean, if you think about it, Lanky Mario actually is the Cranky Kong equivalent in Maker 2. Anyway, kind of nice that you would have this thwomp interaction here. But yeah, certainly the RNG element of Lanky Mario is something that could really catch creators by surprise when it comes to actually keeping their levels under control. Oh. I'm surprised that worked. I don't know if that was actually correct. I feel like I missed a bunch of stuff. These were still supposed to be coins, right? So... we missed something. Well, I mean, this is going to be an SD lock, obviously, but he switched onto the left, okay. Yeah, we need to do a bit of a figure 8 loop there, I think. B-Catch, welcome. That is one very animated meat boy with an eye patch. If I'm reading that correctly. So, what is... oh, okay, I guess maybe we dash here and lower everything, but then why would you want to do that? Because... no, that would only go down one slot, it wouldn't open a pipe. I'm missing something. I think I am supposed to go left. But do I swing left in the middle and then... yeah, go up to where's the P-switch? Let's see. Yeah, the mushroom really does have all kinds of odd behaviors in the first game. There we go. That's going to lower the blasters. And then... timing here is at least fairly generous. Oop. No, I needed to jump on a bullet? No, no way. Whoa, nearly died to the camera there. That's a checkpoint. I missed something. If I were able to go through that pipe, I don't think I was able to. And let's keep going. Oh yeah, let's work our way up before I get squished. Skewers were also fairly new to the game at that point. Also, I totally missed something up here, didn't I? Maybe it's nothing. Yeah, skewers, I believe, were in the last content patch for this game. Nice little block sequence there. Yeah, so we didn't find a hard path, I don't think. Yeah, at Nugukaza, I realized that... so, there are a lot of people who were subscribed to Maker 1 as a category who never unsubscribed. Like, nearly 2 million people, I think, on Twitch. So the sort of subscriber base for this category is very similar to Maker 2, but literally the only people who stream this game are either the bot that runs Lucky Draw over and over automatically to try to get it clear on video, and Chain Chomp Braden, who runs his own nearly unclearable level, or theoretically unclearable level, like over and over, and has done so for thousands of hours. And so nobody else is really doing Maker 1 content that is not on either extreme of maximally random or maximally difficult. So it's kind of nice to go back here and see some game design again, which is kind of nice. And yeah, Mang, you really do notice just how much of Game Changer Scroll Stop was. And not just a scroll stop, but in terms of the thresholds for when you're going to be pulling the camera with you. So yeah, don't think I saw the hard route. But like I said, we probably will not search too exhaustively until I have a better sense of what the secrets are. We might go back over the YMM levels afterwards if it turns out I've missed something really juicy. Or if there's something I really, really shouldn't miss, then somebody who has played all of these, like Gilmore, can let me know about it. But for now, we'll move on. And yes, B-Catch, I too remember when this game was new, and bright and shiny. I don't remember all the mechanics, but I do remember the sense of it arriving. It was a very exciting day. Let's move on to level 4. And yeah, Mang, I don't know how accessible the cakes are. We did reach the cake room for Scarlet's level, which came up first, but these levels were never really advertised as having hidden cakes that are worth discovering, so I don't know if there was any kind of general requirement to make them reachable, but I don't think there was. And somebody who was actually a part of 1YMM could clarify that for me, perhaps. But I don't think there was. The next level is Frostbone Cellar's Secret by Glackham. Okay, let's pull this up. Just gonna tap my code into the gamepad. And we'll see if this works. And yeah, Bcatch, I think everybody feels that way about at least some of their Maker 1 creations. But hey, they were part of a learning process as people figured out what worked and what didn't. And definitely, I think, even people who had a good sense of level design coming from the mainline Mario games still had a process of learning that players' habits were going to be quite different in a Maker game because they would read the levels differently. They would have a different sense of trust in the designer. They would therefore kind of behave differently in a sort of playtesting context. And I think it took a long time for people to really pick that up and understand that players don't approach a Maker game the same way that they approach a Nintendo game, and that it affects the kind of, elements of level design and indications and design language in general in ways that are very difficult to pick up right out of the gate. I'm going to read a description. Trapped in frozen undead territory, Mario must traverse slippery boneyards, climb icy towers, and conquer the deadest of foes to find a secret behind Frostbone's final inheritance, trapped in his cellar for an eternity. This adventure platformer level will test your endurance with its length and very hard but fair difficulty. And even Gilmore's saying you never got all the secrets. It is very much a vintage game if you think about it. Okay, this looks deadish for sure. Very much like a graveyard. A graveyard of level design. We have a door over here. I'm going to check it later. I want to jump across this stuff first. Key. Key doors were also very new at a time that these levels were released. Okay, now let's check this first. Just to see what's going on. So, this is nice, because that part's not nice, but the part that is nice is that right off the bat you see that this is actually going to follow a bit of a Metroidvania-style format. Also, look at this pipe at the very beginning. No, you can't enter it. Back when you could actually build in the starting box instead of clearing the way for multiplayer, that would never happen. Yeah, Bcatch, you can make levels in this game offline, but there is no more sharing of new levels. You're no longer able to upload as of March 2020. As of March 2020, new uploads were all disabled. Okay, can't get up here yet unless we claim the spring. Could we actually claim that spring? I should take a good second look at that. Yeah, we totally could have. What was I doing? I wanted to jump on this to scout ahead, though. Okay, nothing going on. Drop it? Nope, nothing going on. Let's not do that. Donkey-Man, thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate the continued support as well as the content that we keep getting from you in the form of the levels that you make in Maker 2. And pretty soon, I'm sure, we'll see some of your creations here in Maker 1 as well. Now let's get over here. And yeah, Donkey Man, I still have tons of catching up to do with your own list. Sure, let's check this before we proceed. There's a P up there. I should have checked the pipe as well, because this is a bit of a one-way route. Oh, look at this. Let's see if Cloud Logic works the way it does in Maker 2. I guess if we hit the POW, we clear the Muncher. I wonder what that pipe earlier was for, then. Let's lead the bones over this way, get it to fire in that direction, and then get up here. Okay, once again, just lead it over. We understand how clouds work from time to time. Anyway, let's dodge the stretch boos. This was not as threatening as I feared from the description. We are going to have a barb level coming up, though. Not necessarily today, but definitely in 1YMM. That's going to be a treat, I think, because, you know, to kind of see a relatively unformed barb from before he was famous. Because I kind of wonder what the difficulty tuning of that level is, given that it was omitted for 1YMM, because, you know, even some of the very famously difficult creators did have to soften things up for Kavik's requirements. Mostly because Kavik has to clear that stuff himself. Probably a hidden key in one of these blocks. Let's just tap everything. Unless there's something off the side that we need to be paying attention to. Oh no, the key is on the bottom right here. We need to kill this guy, actually. Yeah. We need to kill him. That's what is being signaled there. That's sort of interesting that... Look at the pattern of the stretch continuing down the ice blocks. I actually don't even remember if this is the way it works in Maker 2. Because I just don't know enough about the stretch as an element. Okay, we need to do it on the next stack. There we go. What was this thing being signaled on the left? I didn't actually see. Coins, okay. Probably just for symmetry. I don't think I ever met Glackham, so I do not remember, unfortunately. Oh yeah, okay, so it's going to be blocks on the left side. As well as another stretch. Do we need the P-switch? Oh yes, we do, for here. So, as I often comment about the transition from Maker 1 to Maker 2, it seems like one of the things we really lost were kind of the Metroid-style designs with this sort of back-and-forth item progression that played to the strengths of the game that did not yet have scroll stop. Ice over here and a cape. Wait, let's take a look at this again. We would need to arrive there from below, hit the checkpoints, and then maybe create a shortcut from there once we're able to. And Mario, March 2021, you might be correct about that, actually. Yeah, and Mario, I think you're correct. But because of the pandemic, I had no idea what year it was. But no, you're right, because at that time I was kind of concerned that I didn't have access to my Wii U yet. Anyway, and in fact you're absolutely correct, because I know it was after 4YMM that I was talking to some of the makers from these earlier projects about their levels for these projects. Because I definitely would have had this discussion with John or Tetraterix about re-uploading his 3YMM. But yeah, there are a bunch of people in the first game that I kind of knew about by reputation, who just seemed to completely disappear. I was thinking that earlier, in fact, with Scarlet, who was the first one in this set. The P-switch, of course, is for later, as we discovered. Let's not do that. Let's hit the POWs, in fact. Let's not do that either. But yeah, this is really kind of a nice back and forth layout. As you know, I don't mind the length. I think the difficulty is pretty appropriate for this length. But I tend to like levels of this scale, and I tend to miss them in many ways. Because they really have become a bit of a dying breed. He had a level that felt like a windy level. Interesting. Oh, with the stacking with conveyors, with the old stacking rules, I guess. Anyway, up we go. Yeah, definitely once we're done with the YMM levels, I'll be looking to take some recommendations for sure, and we'll go through some old favorites I never got to record either, since I did not have a capture card until 2020. And so I never recorded anything in Maker 1, which is one of the reasons I wanted to go back over all of this and see some of it for the first time. But yeah, if people still have codes sitting around now that the bookmark site doesn't exist, or memories of things that I should see, you let me know, and we'll try to make it there soon enough. And Mang, you know that we tend to go for the hard mode in your levels anyway, so... The only thing that would change is that we'd be slightly less likely to finish them on something like a viewer level day. But you know I'd push through a lot of those regardless. Your gamepad stopped working. That's extremely unfortunate, given how difficult it is to replace, I think. I love the Wii U gamepad as a concept. I always loved it, and I still do. But there are a lot of things that are deeply inconvenient about it, in just a basic sort of logistical sense. Like even just, you know, traveling with your Wii U or moving house or whatever. And, very basic stuff like that we totally take for granted with the Switch. And also even just the Wi-Fi connection on the 5 gig band that the gamepad uses to talk to the console. That's something that actually, in some wireless environments, has become a serious liability now in the way that it wasn't back in 2012. Like, basically, the Wii U tends to run into much more trouble with busy signal environments than it used to. And I had to do quite a lot of testing to make sure that I could stream off the Wii U at all, because I have lived in some previous locations and streamed from some previous locations where it would not have been viable. A level of the week winner's thread. Ah yes, back when level of the week actually was a sort of sustained community on Reddit. Yeah, it seemed like with the launch of Maker 2 that, like, partly just as a result of social dynamics on the internet as a whole, that a lot of the activity just completely dropped off Reddit. Or at least that, like, you know, I've always found that Maker 2 Reddit has kind of had a... Like, there's been some very good makers that have come out of it, many of whom we know here, but also a bit of homogeneity and blandness to that side of the scene, right, where it seems like what remains of the Mario Maker Reddit has become very trapped in its ways sometimes. Although, to be fair, we've met some very good makers there as well, including many of the ones who came in for 5 and 6 YMM. Tub and Chub, welcome. Tub and Chub, I know you had told me that you were also a very active puzzle maker in this game. And it's been going well. I've been dying to a lot of mechanics I had forgotten. And just running into a few surprises along the way, But it is remarkable how different this game feels. Just from having encouraged a sort of different mentality towards level design, I think. And from, level design being in a very different state in the community with what we knew back in 2016. Hey, 1-up. Didn't see that previously. In spite of the fact that I had jumped towards that ceiling several times. Okay, let's not die to these boos. This was becoming a bit of a problem. Okay, up we go. That camera really does take forever to pull up, doesn't it? The sort of lag time for the camera to track you upwards is something that's also taking me a bit by surprise here. Like, look at how long it takes to track. Oh, also notice the wings on the stretch. I didn't realize earlier that it did in fact take 2 hits. No, it didn't. It's just moving quickly. I somehow didn't notice the wings last time. That's okay. Apparently Grakowski was active as Squirrel. I don't know if I would have run into him, because I wasn't really a puzzle player back then. Whoops. That's okay, we've unlocked the key door. We can just go back and reactivate. Yeah, I didn't really play many puzzles back in Maker 1 because I just wasn't connected to that part of the game, which, might surprise people who know how many puzzles I play now. But that was, I think, just partly a result of catching up on so much of the community stuff very late. But it does ring a bell, though. I feel like I have encountered a maker called a Squirrel. That would have been Grakowski's old account. No, I should have taken that P. And that's okay, we'll be able to get back up. Let's pull this up. Is it dropping a P switch for me, or am I standing too close? I'm standing too close. Or am I? No, I do need a P activation. Let's see what we can do here. Maybe just go back. That's okay, we'll just reactivate. We've got 300 seconds, we've got time. I wouldn't say that I avoided puzzles, I was just kind of unaware of the scene. Like, I'd definitely done some puzzles by people who were makers I followed who didn't ordinarily make puzzles. Like, I remember playing some one-screens by, people like Ragnarok X, who was one of the first makers I knew in this game, because I'd known him from a different community previously. And so I was aware of such a thing as a one-screen puzzle, for instance. But I wouldn't say that I'd, done anything to really get into them. Okay, checkpoint. Checkpoint is going to come with a mushroom check, because of course that's all over the place in this game. And then now we have combination lock. Not really, but you know what I mean. Ah, okay, it's just a giant muncher stack that we're going to have a tremendous amount of trouble hitting, even though this is not really that much of a... Whoops, hindrance. Oh, okay. Forgot to correct for the ice. And yeah, that's the thing, Miss Yarrow. One thing we have not run into yet in 1YMM, but which I'm expecting to have to deal with at some point, is dealing with pipe stacking, because I mean, there's so much that was made possible by it in terms of setting up one-way pipes or 5-in-1 pipes, or, multi-spawners and so on, that I've encountered before, but not in something like a puzzle context, for instance. So, dealing with something like pipe stacking and sort of inferring the presence of pipe stacking in something like a puzzle layout is not something I would have experience with. Whoops. Here we go. Going to be a safe exit over here, and let's go. Elegant one-ways, exactly, without panel spam everywhere. Where the stretches up here, they're kind of where... Yeah, this is kind of nice in that this level has this very precise idea of which enemies it wants it to mix with the big dry bones and with the stretch boos as these repeated elements in this space. Like I was saying about the stretches. Okay, we have to remember the stretch logic in this game now. Let's follow the loop. It's going to go around the ice blocks. Then we go up. Now we need to figure out where to get the key. I assume it's going to be somewhere on the right. Okay. Nope. And yes, we're going to kill one of these for the key, I guess. Possibly two. No, just one of these. Let's hunt it down. And yeah, the sort of one-way standing mazes, I remember those being all over the place. I mean, there are kind of navigational mazes with one-ways pointing everywhere that are in Maker 2, but it's not quite the same thing as the sort of one-way standing mazes that were popular back then. I think anybody who has ever played them remembers what I'm talking about, so... There we go, here's one key. I may need to kill the other one for a second key. I don't know that for a fact, but I feel like I should assume that to be the case. Oops. It is going to go in the other direction, so let's just track it from this direction instead. I said let's track it from this direction instead. Can we? Whoa, okay, okay. Let's dodge some of that. Alright, let's do this. Wait for it to come up. Nope, only one. So we had to pick the correct one, and we did pick the correct one. But I wasn't clear on that. Usually when you see stuff like that, at least in Maker 2, you kind of assume that the maker might be sending you multiple keys. Okay, there we go. Now we have to take this loop going the other way, which is kind of nice. And then we go up top. Okay, boss time. With an exit out to the left. Something to do with the cape. Okay, Thwomp's gonna get in the clown car. I played with this a lot myself as a maker, so I do remember the Thwomp and clown car logic. You don't want to get bumped out. See what we said earlier about one-way panels. I guess we can cycle back into this, though, since I have unlocked the key door. That's okay. Nice gentle reset considering that we don't have a checkpoint there to save us. Clacken loves the Thwomp car bosses. Yeah, it sounds like we would have gotten along. That burnt a lot of time all of a sudden. Okay, that's recoverable. This was supposed to be like bosses in Wario Land 3. Interesting. And yeah, Tub and Chub, some of the stuff like the semi-solid rules have been throwing me off. Like, we died earlier to semi-solid and spike stacking in terms of the collision priority, which was not what I expected. Back to the Trump jump. This was September 2016. I think it was technically an Obama jump. But anyway, let's get back here. Which really goes to show how long ago this was. And, whoops. Yeah, thanks, Obama. Okay. Let's go up here. And let's get back. There we go. This part was pretty simple to take in calmly. Interestingly, of course, the patterns for the stretches here and the boos up above are set up such that the return trip is actually slightly more difficult. You just have to account for that. Oops, did I just miss? I just missed. Alright, fine. I think it was the guy going clockwise anyway that I needed. So. And I'm just going to continue missing... Yeah, it's the clockwise guy who is going to chase me down here. Let's create a little bit of room to follow it on this side. Oh, Mama Jimps were much more liberal, exactly. Okay, let's get back here. Alright, let's try this. And down. Okay, so we need to get the vines activated, and then I need to climb up without getting bumped. So let's leave a bit of room on this side. No, we don't want to get bumped out on the left side either, so we do want to kind of circle around the thwomp then. Whoa, oh no. Too much momentum, off to the side. That's okay, let's try to get back there without dying to anything silly. And we've got plenty of time. Just need to watch my jump height here. Said watch my jump height here. I just said that. Whoops. Okay, up we go. And then up this circuit as well. Once we're able to correct for the ice, which I was not able to do. Whoops. Okay. Let's get over here. You could sort of imagine that if this level were made today, that there would probably be something like the different approaches to Checkpoint 3 tech that we see. Just as a matter of how it's paced. I mean, I'm fine with the current boss reset as it works, because of the way it bumps you, but it is a bit of a long way back, which... Let's get back over here and let's be a little more careful about it. Okay, down we go. And yeah, I could definitely imagine having a vertical subworld, given the nature of things like the boost stretch climbs and also some of the spaces that are being used for the fights where you have to tap the boo on the turn block. Okay. Here we go. And back. Right. Up the pipe and back to this thing. Yeah, can actually quite smoothly go in a quick cycle there. If we really wanted. Once again, it's a clockwise guy who we want to kill. A clockwise guy is going to head over to that side right away. I don't know if I can reach it in time. I will not be able to do so. I would have to hit it here. Oh, it's just going to go like that. I can try to chase it up. But I think I would rather await it on the right side, so we don't have to deal with as much ice momentum. Let's wait. Now it's out of camera range. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It was within the loaded vertical space, so... Let's get back over here, not die to this guy again. But you have to correct for the ice. And let's show the Thwomp who's boss. Okay, so when I get slammed, I do want to be able to duck under it and remain reasonably centered. Actually, triggering the Thwomp has been the main issue at the moment, but we get a bit of momentum going here. We'll be able to sneak under and hit some additional blocks to work with. Ah, okay, stars. I will need to hit some of the vines on the side in order to get a vine jump over to the stars. I believe that's the way it's going to work. I cannot really spin jump safely on top of the Thwomp. And nope, that's got to be a reset. A big reset coming once again. 300 seconds to go, though. We just need to not die to anything too careless. But then, because of the vine blocks resetting, we do need to start that fight over from scratch. Yeah, it's going to be a tough reach on this fight. But let's wait for the next cycle on these boos. You know, I was always kind of interested in... As much as I love the gamepad, I was always interested in getting one of the Wii U Pro Controllers because they had this legendary, like, 80-hour battery life, and were also extremely lightweight. And I always just kind of waited for them to come down at some kind of discount because I wasn't really playing much on Wii U that would strictly benefit from that. And they were actually never very easy to obtain. Or rather, it never went down from their original sticker price even on the secondary market, which was kind of surprising. I'm quite comfortable playing with the gamepad here, of course. But it's something that does come to mind because the times that I have held the Wii U Pro Controller, I was very satisfied with that design. You still use yours with an adapter for the Switch? Yeah, much better D-pad, you would think. But it was the lightness of it that really kind of struck me. I'm quite comfortable with the width of the gamepad because it occurs to me now that over the Wii era of holding controllers separately and the Wii U gamepad era of holding the gamepad, that there was a very long stretch of time when I was just accustomed to, you know, freely holding my hands apart instead of bunching them up together around a very narrow grip. I do mostly use the Super Nintendo controller with Mario Maker 2 now, though, and I'm very satisfied with that. It just fits my hands very well, as it always did. Yeah, like that's an interesting point, too, about the stick placement with the asymmetrical sticks. And there we go. And Monsieur, you had a few of the dongle classic pads. Yeah, I had a classic pad, like the sort of original gripless design on Wii. But which would need to plug into your Wii Remote as an accessory, so your Wii Remote would just be sitting there. And they eventually redesigned the classic pad to have different shoulder buttons as well as a grip, as I understand it. But by then I was kind of out of touch with the Wii. I remember being really happy with my Wii Classic controller, though. So, yeah, let's do this. Clockwise guy, he's gonna die, great. Slip off the ice at every opportunity while we make our way back to the Thwomp. You know, it's funny that with the Wii U and Switch being Mario Maker machines, when I first got the Switch, I put an absurd amount of time into Breath of the Wild, which passed the amount of time that I had spent on Mario Maker 1 to become, in terms of hours logged that I know of, probably my most played Nintendo game at that point. And I was thinking at that time, I will never get this opportunity again. Breath of the Wild is clearly going to stand as my most played Nintendo game of all time that I actually have records for. It's clearly never going to be surpassed. On the playtime ranking on my Switch right now, it is ranked 4th, which is preposterous. And, you know, it's partly a result of streaming so much that I have a ridiculous amount of time on Mario Maker 2, which I now look at and I can confidently say, well, maybe not entirely confidently, but I can say, you know, pretty firmly that it will never be passed. In terms of just how many hours I've dumped into a Nintendo game. But the fact that Breath of the Wild is in 4th place on my system is the kind of statistic that makes me wonder what I'm doing with my life, and not necessarily in a bad way. Oh, I thought that was the Clockwise guy. Did they swap? Maybe there's some kind of difference in their initial position that I... Oh, no, I already got the key. This is my second pass. I didn't need to go down here. I completely forgot that I was on my second run because I died on the second run back here so often. Below, in order, Mario Maker 2, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and Animal Crossing, which I don't actually play that much, but Animal Crossing has a way of stacking up on you without realizing it. But I was always a really big Fire Emblem player. Fire Emblem, I mean, the 3DS was very much a Fire Emblem machine for me. And I'm also a fairly patient player when it comes to turn-based strategy, so like my play times on Fire Emblem campaigns are probably longer than most people's. I do plan to go back to Breath of the Wild, though, before the second game comes out. I've had a long-held ambition to play Master Mode in a second language, where I would just do like text cutscenes, everything in a different language, and and sort of experience Hyrule over that way. Since I'm dumping so much time into it anyway, I might as well, you know, put an additional task with it. It's something I used to do back when I was playing Civilization 4 really heavily, back in the 2000s, that, you know, I figured that I'm putting so much time into this game, I might as well pick up some vocabulary. But the thing about Breath of the Wild that I think will be interesting is I'm going to have to deal with the CAS riddles. So that will be one interesting challenge that's sort of introduced by doing it in another language. In a game that's not really that script-heavy, but, you know, kind of has enough going on that you have this sense of immersion in a foreign landscape. On top of having to relearn the mechanics for Master Mode. Whoa. This guy, I should probably not have him leave the play space. Although, if he's not holding the key, maybe I should have him leave the play space, actually. Let's bump him out. Let's bump him out. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. No, let's do it, because I don't need him. But I am running out of time. Okay. You really got into Animal Crossing? Oh, you mean after the recent update with all the new stuff that was folded in? Yeah, this has been a very curious Animal Crossing experience in that the amount of mileage you get out of it is much more, I guess, player dependent than in past games. Like, there's much less content that the game is handing to you, but much more room to create an experience for yourself. And I think that's the thing that really surprised a lot of veteran players of the series. That the mileage you get out of the game is very differently distributed. Whoops. Yeah, you think he's too wide. I mean, the Thwomp can't help it. Getting into the clown car didn't really help matters, just resting in its sedentary position. Too big boned? This guy in the cloud, maybe. Thwomp, not so much. I feel like there actually is sort of a safe location to spin jump on a Thwomp next to the Boo, but that would not be wise. I think the approach I had is actually correct, that you try to bump the Thwomp out of the one-way panel, because I assumed that like I needed to hit the vines and then use the vines to hit one of the blocks along the side that's going to give me the key, rather than killing the Thwomp or seizing the clown car for the key. But I don't actually know that for a fact. And so I don't know if bumping the Thwomp out of the play space leads to an unclearable state, but if I wanted to clear space to just hit more blocks, that would be the right play. So let's get back to that and see if we can do it cleanly. Okay, Clockwise Guy does hold the key. Where are you, Clockwise Guy? Clockwise Guy is going to come around this side, so let's let him go. Let's lead him down here and follow him up. Whoops. Okay, Clockwise Guy. Nope, miss. Nope, miss. Alright, that's fine. We'll catch him on the next pass. And then we have to make sure we don't run into his neighbor while looping around. Let's not die to this like we've done at least twice already. And let's remember that I actually have gotten the key. So, we need this to stop these blocks. I see 4 keys down there for some reason. We'll worry about that later. It does bother me slightly that the vines under this pipe entry are asymmetrical. But I guess that's just a result of, you know, pipes in general being asymmetrical if they're placed into an odd numbered space. A space of odd width. Oh, whoops. Okay, so back up we go. Without dealing with everything else. And here we are. Alright, Thwomp. Let's get you over here. I need to create some space, I think. Yeah, there we go. I do need to bump him up to get him to stomp, I believe. There we go. Now let's not do that. Stay low if we can. Oh, there we go. I don't want to bump him out. Oh, okay. No, because of the ground blocks, I think maybe I can't bump him out. Like, the collision will prevent him from being trapped in a 2x2 because the clown car is just a little bit too thick, as we were saying earlier. And we'll die to the ice once again. Blackham didn't know the pipe centering trick. Yeah, because now that I think about it, I have seen that sort of block by block. Or no, I might be thinking of something else. I'm trying to think of like how the pipe stacking was done in Mecha Bowzilla. But oh, yeah, it needs about 3 blocks of height to stop. Yeah, I do remember that from, like I said, playing a lot with the Womp and Clown card combination myself. It's coming back to me steadily. Actually, beating that fight, though, might take me a while yet. But we'll see. I am quite literally getting bullied out of there. It is a very bully-style mechanic in that fight. Whoops. A little too slow on that jump. Okay. Let's follow this over. And back we go. And up. Oh. Let's try to do this somewhat smoothly. And sure, let's bounce around here until we see what Clockwise guy is up to. Clockwise guy is coming around the right side. And we'll let him pass on the middle stack here and try to bump in this middle row. That seems to be the best approach in terms of dealing with ice as little as possible. Okay, let's not die to this corner, as we've done so many times. Back to the thwomp. Alright, so if we're not sliding along the ice, crouching actually does allow the thwomp to pass over me, I believe, so. Yeah, so if we crouch, we might be okay in some circumstances. And then we'll gradually make our way across the relevant vines. However, if the thwomp is chasing me upwards, as it will if I climb up the vines, we're going to have some issues with it. So let's, whoops, not miss constantly. And try to get the thwomp to maybe do a much earlier drop for me. Yeah, okay, no, we actually need to get the star. We couldn't have bumped the thwomp out to begin with because we're not going for a key directly. We're going for the star, and then we kill the thwomp. Which I should have realized much earlier if I were a bit more observant. Maybe I do need some momentum on the vine climb here. Whoops. This level reminds you of a poem that Pink Birdo wrote in Discord once. Dry bones are red, clown cars are blue. Neither one of these factoids is true. Okay, so I was close. My guess was close. Roses are red, violets are blue. A dry bones in a cloud will throw his bone at you. Yeah, and you will get boned. Lantis, welcome. Lantis, of course, creator of the website that we've been using for the level codes that you just posted in the chat. And yeah, Lantis, we are doing these in order. I have been stuck on this one for a while because of the thwomp fight. But we'll see how far we get today. Yes, this is 1YMM. Oops, got zoned out a little bit here. Too busy reading the chat. Okay. Funny thing is, I didn't think the level was too tricky up to this point, and then I got to the Thwomp fight, and we've been struggling ever since. And yeah, Lantis has one for 1YMM. I'm pretty sure I did see it on the list. You can, in fact, go to the link and check the list. But Lantis has one coming up. I don't know how soon it is. Or how soon we'll get to it, but I am looking forward to it. Now let's get over here. And let's await the clockwise guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Atlantis does in fact have the attendance record for YMM, especially since, like, I'm trying to think of who else would have done everyone. Like, Julian was in everything up to 4. Kavik was obviously involved in all of them. Let's wait for the clockwise guy once again. But of course there was a lot of turnover from the first to the second game. Okay. There we are. You made the website the reason Kavik included you. I'm sure you were also included for the sake of having some balance and some excellent design, as we often see. I mean, I guess the line of thinking must be something like, oh, this guy makes easy levels. Clearly he'll make a website that's not too difficult to navigate. Okay, so we can go for either star. I'm just sort of hedging on this. I don't think we need momentum off the Thwomp or anything. I'm just not getting a very good jump. Nope. Yeah. I don't think we need any kind of sideways momentum. I might need to... I wonder if I do need to spin jump off the Thwomp. I feel like this is within reach. That I need to change my takeoff location a bit to do it. And possibly my forward momentum going into the fine climb, but... Oh, almost. Almost. Distance is right, height is wrong. Need to really go off the edge of the vine, whoops. And compensating poorly for the ice. And yes, indeed, Dr. Duck, it is OG Mario Maker. And yeah, Luca, you really do need to tug the camera pretty hard to get the vertical scroll going. That's something that I'd definitely forgotten. Like, the camera scrolling boundaries are completely different. Not just because of the lack of scroll stop, but the vertical boundary is extremely noticeable in terms of how long it takes to catch up to you. And welcome back, Luca. I don't know if I was already on this level when you left earlier, but it feels like I've been on this one for quite a long time. Whoops. No. If they gave Lakitu a proper wage, the camera would improve? Oh, I don't know about that. I guess the Mario Kart circuit pays him very well. But then that just means that he's treating Mario Maker as this kind of secondary gig, right? Like Mario Kart is his main thing these days. Doesn't even have time to go fishing anymore with the fish and boo. Whoops. Gets paid per people falling off tracks. You would think, though, that there would be some kind of like flat percentage or salary behind that because of the introduction of the assist mode in Mario Kart 8, like the sort of kid-friendly mode that keeps you on the tracks by default. So it's like, you know, he's willing to take a pay cut in exchange for a percentage gross or something. Knowing that it would lead to perhaps an even larger and more sustainable player base. Okay, let's go. Okay. Nope. It's going to be a difficult reach, but if we jump off the edge of the vine, we should have it. Nope, not quite. Let's tap this one, just so we have an extra option available. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's going to be a spin jump off to the side? No, you can't spin off the vine, can you? In this game? In this game, you can't spin off the vine. You can in Maker 2, right? Like, I'm not confused or something? I feel like I spin off vines all the time. You actually can't spin off the vine, wow. Yeah, which is actually a problem because it means I can't spin on top of the thwomp even if I wanted to, and even if the boo were not present. That's one thing I did not know about this engine. Whoops. Once again, overcompensating for the ice. Yeah, Donkeyman, like, I spin off vines all the time in Maker 2. I don't think I was even aware that you couldn't do it here, because the whole time I was thinking, what if I managed to spin off the edge of the thwomp? I was completely unaware of that. Nope. Zoned out. You spin off vines in real life constantly. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. It's like the first thing they teach you in vine climbing school. That to dismount properly, you kind of need to treat it with the same maneuver that you do when you drop your Yoshi in an abyss. You know, just as a matter of posture. To make sure you don't crook your back or something. Okay. Yeah, of course, one thing we're missing here is the experience of following along with art comments that people would have left. Also, I do know that there's one level later in 1YM, the one by Ayumi, I think, which was actually a comments on level that was... It's still clearable, but apparently the concept has been kind of nuked by the fact that comments were removed from the game. And from the Wii U generally. So we'll see how playable it is when we get to it. But I am aware that a comments on level was actually part of this project, and it's the reason that Kalvik never allowed comments on levels again. Once Miiverse came down. At this point, I don't even remember when Miiverse came down, but I remember thinking it was extremely premature. Okay, let's do this again. Try to make that jump. Let's bump it here. Get a couple blocks down. Yeah, sometimes I kind of overcompensate for being bumped, and that's why I have had a few deaths where I jump into the thwomp. I'm expecting that I'll get a little bit more movement in, but that is not the case. Lead it back over here. Oh. Maybe I am supposed to get bumped by this guy. I feel like I should be able to do it without thwomp momentum, given the reach that I had on some of the previous jumps. But it's a difficult reach. Because your height and your horizontal position have to be exact, I think, in order to get the arc that you need. There's really no flexibility. Maybe I should be getting bumped by the clown car then. Nope. I feel like I can do it without, though. Oops, once again. Same kind of death. I was expecting to get bumped by the thwomp, and so I pulled back towards it. And the fact that I was not bumped was what killed me. Yeah, I've got to be able to reach it. Because I've had a few jumps where I was just a little bit short vertically, but where I was clearly making the distance, and I was just leaving defines from a position that was slightly too low, like within a block too low. And so it's doable. It's just that I have to have an exact X and Y position to do it. Like, there's only going to be one square on either side. That can be my departure point for Divine. And I haven't quite located where that is yet. Like, there is a very specific sweet spot. Okay, let's just jump around a bit until Mr. Clockwise goes over here. Then grab the key. It is a little bit punishing, but it's mostly just that distance to cover for Divines. It does feel like a big stretch. Like, if it's one block shorter, I think, in terms of the distance between the consecutive vines, then it's much more manageable in terms of, like, giving the player a little bit more flexibility. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can totally reach that. It's totally doable. But my sort of control and distance perception need to be a lot better. And the fact that I can't spin is, like, really kind of throwing me off slightly, because I am so tempted to just try to spin off that thwomp on the edge where Taboo leaves it exposed, but maybe it's for the best that I can't try it. It's clearly reachable. Clearly reachable. I'm just not adjusting properly. And then you have to time your way over to the star afterwards, which is not going to be as difficult, I think. Because it's not... actually, it's also within that 2-block distance, but the thing is you can fall towards the star. You don't need to hit the ceiling head-on. Okay. Let's try to get this. Nope. Too high. Too high. Need to go lower. I'm trying to watch the semi-solid pattern for my location. In terms of, like, being able to visualize the block that I'm at so I can make adjustments as I go. Because that way I can at least track my position from one attempt to the next. Which I'm having a lot of trouble doing. I think I see the position I need because I've just been like within a block of doing it. But I'm starting to sweat into my gamepad a little bit. And I'll catch up on the messages in a moment. I'm just trying to figure this out right now. Yeah, maybe I need to do something with my momentum here. But it clearly feels reachable. It's just something is slightly off. There we go. There we go. Now let's not choke. Come on, Thwomp. Come on, Thwomp. There we go. And Boo holds the key. Boo trying to fake me out there. Hey, we got a checkpoint. And that's going to bomb that location. And get me a cape. So let's continue. We dropped through the key door. This was where we came in. Let's go through here. And then because we were past checkpoint, we have more than enough keys to work our way back through the existing space of the level. This looks like a bonus area. I will take that. I probably do not want to hit that checkpoint. I'm now able to traverse the bottom if I can. I don't know if this is at all correct, but... Ooh, losing Yoshi here. I don't like that. I could potentially fly up with Yoshi, but I feel like that's not going to be the intended route. So do we go up and see what I missed, or... I mean, I guess this would be kind of a locked position here if we proceed with Yoshi, so... I remember being stuck on this part for a while. I feel like I have no option but to ditch Yoshi unless I get enough flight to go up the pipe, which I do not expect I'll be able to do. Oh, losing that, however. That's okay, we're past checkpoint. So I might as well scout to see what we're missing location-wise. But it seems like if you loop back, that you would eventually want to be able to bomb the other side of this thing here, right? Like that, you would want some way to kill this and blow up the pipe on the right side, and that should be our objective. I'm likely going to timeout. Yoshi is also something I will not be able to obtain twice, given that he spawned from a block. So the thing is, we need to think about how to blow this up, given that I don't have a bomb or anything to work with here. How did this bomb get spawned? I don't even remember. That's okay, we're past checkpoint. Well, I can grab the spring again and try to go left, but it feels like it is kind of encouraging you to go right. We can also check the entrance, because the cape is something new. A POW here would actually allow you to go down. If we obtain a POW and come back, we POW to Munchers and we go down the central area at the beginning and we dig into the grave. We also have an extra key here, not that I have time to use it. But that's something we could keep an eye out for, is there a way to obtain... Oh, wait! If we fly... If we fly... Also notice this 1YMM. We're going to find this with 1 second remaining. We don't need a POW, we slammed the munchers. Although I kind of want to see that pipe that's on top of the 1YMM text, if we can get back there. Let's do that, in fact. Just to check it. Oh! That's interesting. Oh, that's where we just came out initially. Okay, I didn't even recognize that. Okay, we don't actually have room to fly here then, do we? Yes, we do. Except I need to release that, because then we can go through that wall on the right side. Or go down against that wall, rather. With the flight pattern that we just had. There we go, ding dong. No Yoshi here, though. I feel like I should have gotten Yoshi. It's possible to get Yoshi and escort him to this location, so... It's possible that there's a Yoshi-locked secret that I could miss just as a result of coming down here without him. But we're going to dig into the abyss. And yeah, the key's just bouncing with you all this time. What a nice touch. Here's a cake. That's not a goal, though. If I had Yoshi, I would be able to grab fire, but we don't. So let's see if coming back out does anything to change the state. I mean, not a bad cake, to be honest. Nice location. Pipe stacking. Pipe stacking. Well, that makes you question all your assumptions. The things that still catch me by surprise, just in spite of talking about this much earlier. I feel like this is reachable on the right side here. Can we sneak around slightly? Nothing. Okay. Fine then. Yeah, B. Suzuki's not here to make the tier list now, though, is he? Okay, so that was our first pipe stacking trick of the day, and it was extremely satisfying. Thank you for the GGs. My goodness, though, that's Thwomp making up most of this 50-minute time that we have on this thing. Remember when cakes didn't need to be 2 screens tall? Yeah, it has been a little bit of an arms race document in a very literal sense, given some of the ammunition that the more recent cakes have been loaded up with. Okay, next level. Luca, there's no way that's the first time you've heard me excited about something. Although pipe stacking is pretty exciting. Okay, I've had the controller in my hands for too long. I actually need to take a sip of my beverage here while I punch in the next code on a touchscreen. The next level is going to be Crash Course Castle by Jordan. And yeah, Jordan was a previous contributor to some of the GDQ level sets as well, as I understand it. I'm reading the website here. Okay, so Crash Course Castle by Jordan. An intense platforming level utilizing blasters sinking into lava to create timers that keep up the level's pace while also giving players time to react to each approaching obstacle. The end result, hopefully, is a level that is challenging, fun, and fair. The primary inspirations for this level were Bufflin's Collapsing Crania Catacombs, as featured in Season 2 of Mario Maker Mondays, and the Kaizo Mario World level Ultra Star. So, back when Bufflin was still kind of making a name for himself, and doing so quite successfully. I didn't know that he was in Maker 2 either. I actually wonder if I would have encountered him in Maker 2 or not. But anyway, 1 year of Mario Maker. Kind of nice to have that text in the banner too. That's a very different design from what we've seen so far, tucked in between the Mario and Luigi sprites. Let's do it. 0.65. I didn't even look at the clear rate on the previous one, to be honest. But this one, at 0.65, I mean, the numbers subjectively feel a bit different than a Maker 2, so we can't discern much about that. Let's just play. Well, Luca, I mean, now they make room for things like the description text. Oh, down we go. Trains you right away to spot the activation points under the POWs in the grinder. And just read them quickly. Once you've seen them for the first time, let's remember how to jump in this game after dealing with that thwomp in the last level, though. Yeah, Miss Yarrow, it's a very popular level, though, and you kind of have to account for the fact that levels like that will have a bit of deflation in their clear rate, depending on whether they have much exposure to a general or casual audience. I mean, that's true for most of these, but for project stuff like 1YMM especially, given the life of that game. And yeah, like I said, it's probably just deflated by popularity. Also, the jumps look standard enough that you can imagine that a player who is struggling with it would still feel like it's doable, and that they would continue with it because the jumps all feel very standard. At least in this part here. Like, I'm kind of dying a lot to this right here, and it's a very straightforward thing, so it's very easy to just underestimate how many deaths you might be taking to things like the blaster sinking timing. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I think Maker 1 and 2 kind of had a different threshold for where the subjective drop-off could kind of be felt. It varies a lot by Maker, of course. But I think you're right that it's sort of in that 0.5 to 1% range that there is this kind of drop-off in Maker 2 when it comes to difficulty. But it really depends on where the difficulty is coming from, of course. Like a lot of... just as one example, a lot of Mang's levels are sub 1%, and I always feel like they should be higher, but I can also understand that they were lowered by the fact that, you know, not everybody's really going to engage with an original mechanic immediately, or an original sort of momentum interaction immediately. And that would affect things like that. Some things like Kaizo levels that I've seen that are around, say, 0.3 or 0.4, I feel like that's actually way too high for them, because it's also very clear that non-Kaizo players are giving up at the first screen. And so the clear rates actually feel inflated. But I think you're right that the sort of boundary in Maker 2 is pretty sharp once you get to the sort of 0.5 to 1% range. Oops. And Luca, you have no sub 1% level yet. Despite having one of the 4-star levels in 5YMM. Although I think, you know, that one even if people are dying on the coaster level, generally the attempts are going to be quite lengthy, and so the clear rates are not actually going to be as low as people feel like they should be, simply because they're surviving for longer than they think they are. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, I have to get back into learning how to platform after previously completing a level at a very different pace. Okay, down we go. And of course, with all these moving parts, this is kind of a constantly forward-moving level, and so camera control and spawn timing is never really a problem here. You can see that things sort of get loaded into place by some of the conveyors as well. That we have a couple of offsets going on that you'll see when you see that muncher that comes in a little bit later. And here we go. Whoops. Here we don't. Yeah, the cape, as well as some other items like the cat suit, which comes to mind, has the issue that it's one of the deepest items in the game in terms of moveset. But it means that the sort of player's familiarity with it is such an important variable in terms of the difficulty design that you kind of have to have a good sense of exactly what the player does or doesn't know to design around it. Because there's so much that you can just presume people know from Super Mario World, like, which was optional in Super Mario World to begin with in many cases, like the cape stomp and the flotation and all that. But it's kind of too bad because, you know, when you have levels that take advantage of those mechanics at their fullest, they're amazing, but I think you don't have a lot of people sort of designing around that from, say, medium difficulty, simply because there's going to be an inherent difficulty barrier from people not knowing the mechanic. This looks like a pipe stacking interaction. And it is. With a mushroom check. And then we... Oh. I was thinking, do I need to sway off of this right away? And no, indeed we don't. There is going to be... Ah, I see. Blasters sink immediately upon loading the screen initially, and so we just didn't pay attention previously. Considering there's no vertical subworld, that's kind of a nice little vertical descent right here. I have to say, though, in the playing order that we've been doing, following 1YMM in the listed order, having the previous level's ending be the first incidents of pipe stacking that we've encountered so far really did work out well, because, you know, it was a nice, memorable first encounter with it. And just to have it at the end of that cake. Because, you know, now we're looking at this level and we can say, oh, okay, it's pipe stacking, but it's... And it's nice, but it's not like the sort of really big aha moment that it was with the cake previously. Which, if you're thinking about the audience in 2016, right? Like, especially a general audience. I can tell you that in 2016, I did not know about the pipe stacking rules in this game. Like, I didn't know about the sort of 5-on-1 limit. I didn't know about using it to make... one-way pipes, etc., because I wasn't plugged into the community, right? And because of the reach of projects like 1YMM, especially for lapsed players, you would have people who are kind of taken by surprise there. And benefit from pipe stacking appearing in a circumstance where you don't actually have any choice and no other thing to do. And so if you're new to it, it really does catch you by surprise. Even if you know that pipe stacking is in this game like I do, you know, it's still kind of standing out to me in these moments that we've seen so far. Like, if you go back to 2016, I think it's interesting to think about the sort of median player base that at that point and what they do or don't know, because I feel like there was a mass audience that really had not engaged with advanced mechanics here, especially because that was before you had channels like Sea of Gaming really popularize a lot of the basic technical concepts, you know, like the loading rules and other things like the basic editor centering tricks and other little things like that. Okay, down we go. Yeah, you would think that losing stacked pipes in the new game is kind of an accommodation for the pipe colors. I feel like that was directly the trade-off. I mean, many other sort of mechanical losses in Maker 2 were sort of a trade-off for multiplayer, but in this instance, I think it was accommodating pipe colors. In general, I think there was an effort to make things more legible. Pardon me, just one moment. Sorry about that, just needed to take care of one thing off stream quickly. Yeah, we'll see how long I can run today. Usually, of course, I like to go 3 to 4 hours, but we'll see. And sorry, I'll catch up on what you're saying about Maker 1 mechanics in a moment. Let's just try to get off here first. Yeah, having the instant bomb activation there was something I should have read in advance. And Document, you're talking about the half-tile spawn increase. Hang on, I'll need to go back and catch up on that whole conversation here. In just a moment. Okay, down we go. And back up. Yeah, nice timing on that once you do in fact see it. And of course, riding the skulls down diagonals instead of just falling off the diagonals like I do so often. Nope, didn't get the reversal down correctly. So you're saying stacked pipes, mystery mushrooms, and a half-tile spawn increase you gain when you exit pipes. Go into a horizontal pipe. Oh, I see. Okay. The spacing of how the space gets loaded in. I didn't know that at all. I don't think I was even aware of that. That must be a dreadful thing to try to playtest around if you don't know it, in fact. Even on top of all the bugginess that is introduced by not having much camera control in the form of scroll stop. Like, dealing with people just re-entering pipes and changing your loading spacing is something that, like, it must be pretty interesting to exploit, but at the same time, if you don't know it and you don't plan for it, that can potentially break so much stuff. It seems like a nightmare to debug, actually, if you don't know it. And, anyway, back we go. Oddly enough, this level, in many ways, feels like the most Maker 2 style level that we've seen so far. I wonder how much of it is just because the half-screen build just keeps the camera locked, and so you kind of have a more predictable sense of spacing instead of encountering the vertical camera scroll all the time. But I think mechanically it kind of feels like a lot of the platforming experiences that are more standard in the second game, even though you do have this continuous scroll going on. Okay, let's go up. And take the skull over. Thought I'd nearly missed that, but anyway, let's try to get the turnaround down correctly. I was trying to hit the POW going left to right that time. It didn't quite go. Yeah, Mang, that was a very astute observation about Yarrow's history with clouds. How are you yelling at clouds when you've murdered them all? Okay. Let's go up here. And forward. Now, let's see what we can do here. Whoops. Immediate drop off that guy. Very satisfying. Almost got a little bit nudged there. Anyway. There we go. Refreshing special. And look at this little cupcake here. Oh, thank you for the GGs. Refreshing levels seemed a lot more reasonable back when they were built in horizontal spaces. Well, that's our crash course in Crash Course Castle. It is sort of strange to think that because of the lack of vertical spaces, we didn't really have Refreshing Special as the spammy genre back in Maker 1. And yes, indeed, Luca, that is a great emote. Speaking of stuff on the stream, actually, speaking of things like emotes and such, I finally did implement a follow age command since somebody had reminded me that I hadn't worked it into the bot yet, so hopefully it functions. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the next level. And also, I have, of course, a whole bunch of emote slots open now that I'm hoping to fill fairly soon. But we'll have something to announce, hopefully soon enough that those of you with all those 1 month gifted subs from last month are still able to use them. Document said you were great. There definitely is an achievement for that, I can tell you that. The next level, speaking of which, is going to be A Tale of Two Koopa Friends by some person called Lantis. Let's punch it in. A whole bunch of these level codes have the same central 8 digits out of 16. Like a lot of them have 0000029A in the middle. And I guess that's just a result of a lot of them being uploaded at the same time in the initial batch. Hang on, I need to make sure I typed this in accurately. Or 0299. Yeah, they would have just been uploaded very close to each other. Okay, here's Lantis. Red Dungeon, by the way, welcome, and Teramis as well. Huge number of plays. I remember Lantis saying that Lantis actually did hold the record for most plays in several of the YMMs, mostly because the levels are on the easier side. I believe that Wildflower in 4YMM was the one that topped the charts in that year's project as well, but I think this might actually have been the most played 1YMM level. And Red Dungeon, we're doing great. We've been playing lots of Mario Maker 1. Is that really the Leech holding the world record? Oh wow, okay. That's familiar. We actually just had the Leech submit something in Maker 2 here last week, in fact. So congratulations to the Leech for that. Yeah, look at the Tale of Two Koopa Friends with the 1YMM design in the center. That's a very lovely bit of pixel art. Ah, yes, let's not forget to read the description. Let me just bring up the site. This is a story of friendship between two Koopas that will not only warm your heart, but will make you realize how much of an impact your actions can have on others and on the world. It is easier to succeed when two Koopa friends work together to share the load and remove all obstacles. So let's keep that in mind and visit A Tale of Two Koopa Friends. Well, okay, here's one Koopa friend. Ah, here's the other Koopa friend, and it's dead. Anyway, it is going to be sort of a pseudo co-op level, which actually does remind me of the Fireflower one as well. Hard Block is going to block the Dry Bones here and allow it to bomb over here. We're not going to die to the bomb. Also, I love how each of the Mystery Mushroom costumes, of course, has a different crouch animation. That's one nuance that was easy to forget, perhaps. And then we can just crouch into the shell. We're not going to die to the fire either. That would have been equally bad. And also, of course, the climbing animation. That Koopa. Same description as on Wildflower, yeah, pretty much. Very similar concept in some ways, of course, not using a power-up and taking full advantage of the amiibo costumes. Something that this style of level, I think, really benefits from. Especially at this level of difficulty. Just having a pure thematic adventure. And the Dry Bones did turn into a living one. It's been resuscitated. It's been given a new lease on life with the power of friendship. It's not sorcery, it's just friendship. I mean, I know it's difficult to tell the two apart sometimes. Should we jump on this guy? I mean, he's our friend, but he's a very helpful friend, so the answer is yes. Under the Muncher. That's a nice little interaction there. That's very nice with the thwomps. Okay, let's not die to this stuff. And let's raise this bit by bit. So we're going to be a Koopa in a Goomba shoe. Because the Goomba's not our friend, the Goomba's just there to provide us with footwear. And, oh, we have a mushroom coming, but the mushroom is purely there to... No! Our friend! We'll follow the friend into the subworld, I'm sure. Mushroom is purely there to open the door, and look at that, the friend has actually, engorged on something in his time in the underworld, clearly. Why are you stepping on my good friend Koopa because we mistook him for a hedgehog? And up we go, as our friend is loaded off-screen. I feel like the cannonball is reachable. Let's see what this is. Key. Ooh, for a secret. No doubt. Anyway, he's gonna break everything. Oops, there we go. This doesn't look reachable for me. Ah, I see, because we're gonna lower him. Lost a little bit of time on a star there, but that's okay. I assume it's not really going to be tight. We don't want to kill him by accident. I feel like we could have actually been a bit of a threat to outpace, but perhaps that's been very thoroughly tested and tuned to avoid the deadliest of results. Oh hey, we're going to get franked over here on the ceiling. Oh, poor guy. What form will he take on next? Is it going to be big dry bones? Or are we just going to get our revenge on that thwomp? Kill him immediately. Yeah, you see, I guess he's in heaven now and he has wings. Okay. And look at Atlantis trying to convince us that Kavik only brought this level in because of the website. Modesty will only take you so far. Anyway, Cloud is going to drop me over here, and then we will continue. We've got a fire car coming. Ah, because friend is going to use the fire car to attempt to lower this gate. Nicely done. And then we'll pop this open as well. I haven't used a key yet, which tells me that we'll go for a key door right here in what looks like a car. Not to be confused with the Koopa car. And here's the party room. I did kind of miss this sound effect. Actually, I do kind of closely associate it with a level that we'll see much later. Nightmare Disco. That's not until 3YMM, so let's not spoil that just yet. I guess we've spawned this guy. I don't know what else we can do here. Oh, I guess this door here is the candle on the cake. That's Something that was apparent to me in the concept art earlier, but not now. Pay no attention to my accidental act of violence. But yeah, everything lines up beautifully. So, thank you for the GGs. Now I'll just take a moment to catch up on the chat. I don't think I missed anything too critical. You said you love the Koopa sliding down the flagpole with a shell off animation. Yeah, the flagpole endings was kind of a subtlety to the amiibo costumes that I hadn't thought about for a long time as well. That and the fact that, you know, all of them do have their own music track. Just so many things brought into the costumes that enhance the flavor of the game in all kinds of ways. Let's proceed to another one. The next one is just called 1 Year of Mario Maker. And it is by Saku, maker of one of my favorite levels in Maker 2. That being the Crawl Space Mole Maze that was in 4YMM. So let's bring this up and see what Saku did back in 2016. And yeah, Lanta's fantastic level. I can see why it would be memorable to people who have played it all these years later. Really something that plays to the strengths of what people loved about Mario Maker 1, I think, in many ways that didn't quite come back, even though I think a lot of the magic was replicated in Wildflower when you kind of took a second crack at that concept. But definitely a lot going on here that was very specific to that Koopa theme of having the Koopa friend go through all those different states. Exonum has the world record on this one. It's just called 1 Year of Mario Maker. You know, a lot of these thumbnail images of the level layouts too, for every level that we've seen so far, have actually looked so nice. Like in terms of people knowing that the thumbnails will be looked at and everybody taking it very seriously as something that's just going to come out as looking very well organized. I think that's been true for most of the levels we've seen so far in terms of a lot of the pixel art filler as well. Anyway, here's the description. This was actually kind of an optional comment on level as well. A tribute to some of the best, most popular, most creative, and most influential levels of the year. Spend a night at the Mario Maker Museum. Just watch out, safety not guaranteed after midnight. So, yeah, the original sort of note was turn comments on for a guided tour or leave them off and see how many you can recognize on your own. There's probably no chance that I recognize much of what's going on here because, once again, I wasn't that active in the community in the first year. And we don't have comments to assist me. And so we will see with the Mario Maker 1 veterans that are here in the room what you recognize from over 5 years ago. And yeah, Document, I think you're better positioned than most people here to pipe up and say, I get that reference. And hey, we've got a Maker costume, which is not going to spawn crates, which means we will not soft lock ourselves with any crates. Okay, no way through here just yet. We'll eventually have a P-switch, perhaps. Anyway, here's a gallery with a bunch of shells. And with a tank. I feel like I've seen a fair number of tank-like levels, but maybe not that specific one. And here's a picture frame with a Goomba. And let's see here. Here's a mole with a cannon. And there is going to be a coin collection here, so we'll do that. And piranha plants everywhere. And of course the Thwomp Donut activation. We'll eventually figure out how to loop back down there. Document, I was thinking Nikki's Puzzling Pictures as well, because that's one that I have played and do remember, but I don't know, because there are so many things going on in this gallery theme that a lot of things could have a reason for being inside a picture frame. And I don't remember if that was specifically one of the setups in Kalvix level. Oh hey, we're going to be a sidestepper. We'll look pretty crabby here, and we're going to lose that immediately. That's okay, this will be a bomb. And we'll loop around and progress. These Maker 1 style progression layouts, been a long time since we've seen them. We see them occasionally in Maker 2, but just not very often. Crabs might be a Glackham level, and Mini Tank is a level by Labutsky. Okay. This is amazing that some of you actually are getting some of these. You know, if we can assemble the level codes for the levels that are being referenced in this one, or we can just ask Saku, actually, maybe Saku has them. At the end of the YMM project, maybe I should actually do a stream of the levels that are depicted in this level. That might be a fun thing to do. But of course, that depends on how many we can identify. Ah, this concept I've actually seen. I don't know if I would have played this level specifically or just a level that borrowed this concept, but I recognize this for sure. Like, I've played a level that uses this mechanics specifically. I just don't remember if it would have been the same one or just one that was very similar. This looks familiar. This looks familiar. Now, how did you plan that? That you would have the two successive levels in 1YMM just doing a callback immediately. Wait, hang on. And which one were you saying was Warrior-tso? Hang on. It's funny because this is so reminiscent of some troll-level anti-softlocks, but of course the troll genre and the whole kind of Carl Sagan 42 scene as it exists now did not exist in 2016. So this was kind of a sign of what was to come. Ah, this is Julian, okay. It actually doesn't surprise me to hear that it's Julian. Notice that sort of flash of color too as look at the shell turn red from time to time. I didn't know it did that. Is that just... What of the animation is that the shell turns red? Whoops. Okay, we made it past the Julian obstacle over there. Red shell is full speed, okay. See, shows you how much I know about some of these costumes. We'll grab this right away. Oh, that's more peas. That's not an entrance, or is it? That's okay, we'll grab this. This looks like a tree. What a power that we're not going to activate. Oh, interesting. Can we go up further, or do we need to go up this side? This looks oddly enough like, Like, this is like that stealth level, right? Where you kind of duck in here and then pass by. It's not the Mission Impossible one from a little bit later, or... Yeah, no, I was thinking Mission Impossible, but I didn't know if Mission Impossible was like around that early. I thought it was a later level, because it was kind of like a semi-music level as well, right? Or... because like the Mission Impossible level I definitely remember. It was a huge staple of this game. But... maybe it is Mission Impossible, like it does kind of resemble that concept. Oh, you think it's very early? Yeah, it was very popular, and I guess it would have needed some traction. It's hard for me to tell because I think I actually didn't play the Mission Impossible one until probably 2019 when I revisited the game. Oh yeah, P-switch through here. Okay, that's it. We're totally going to time out with like 1 coin preserved. And it will be wonderfully embarrassing. This I recognize. This, although I don't know, once again, if I am mixing it up with a different level. Because I know that, like, there have been a couple of, like, Game Boy tribute levels that have been made by various people. I know Theorymon had one, but I don't know that, other than the Goomba Sad Tale of Madness, that Theorymon was really that well known at that point, so... Because I know that Theorymon had a Game Boy level, I just don't remember if it was the same one that this would be referring to. Whoops. I'm totally going to time out with very few coins. But anyway, here's the key door. We would eventually need to get through a pipe to go there. I love the Goomba on the track, rather, in the Game Boy scene. Okay, here we go. 30 seconds. I've been through here. What am I missing? We've been through there. We've been through here. Game Boy Mario by Derpface. Okay. I remember Derpface or something else. I feel like that's a familiar name to me. But anyway, we're too busy gazing at everything. I didn't even think about navigating this level in any meaningful fashion. Yeah, we've been through here. Let's just redo it. Four Shelmets is P-break. That would make sense. That would make sense. Luckily, in a segment that we don't have to clear in the style of the original level, because I don't think I made it past the first jump of P-break. Anyway, Shy Guy's gonna peel off over there. Let's drop the Koopa. You think the donuts might be Avgar? Okay. No, let's not lose tons of time on Julian again. There we go. Yeah, lots of pipes that we haven't even checked yet. And of course, due to pipe stacking, we might be missing a whole bunch of stuff, but... That's one thing I hadn't considered, actually, is just going back through pipes for pipe stacking purposes. I hadn't really even thought about that, because, you know, that's just one thing we haven't worked into our habits with this game just yet. Oh, oh, whoops, I killed the block. Okay, that's fine. I guess the mission will be quite possible after all. Did we actually check this before? Yeah, no, that was just the entry point for this segment earlier. I feel like we could have gone up to the top left here, if we really wanted to. No, that's a death. That's something else, but it is also a death. Okay, let's get out of the cage. Look at these Koopas, they're just spinning all day. Anyway, let's wait for the Koopa. That was a Mecha Bowzilla that killed me, actually, now that you bring it up. Poor Koopa. And let's get through Julian's segment here. Yeah, we're not any better at this now than I was many years ago. But let's go through here and tap this. E-switch. We didn't miss any coins here. I should not re-enter that. We have the Game Boy segment. Ah, okay. This was new. I didn't notice that we had previously been able to get that. That's okay. We'll switch over to Builder Mario once again. And enter the boat in a moment, but let's check the POW first. Looks like if you bump the POW, you can get it onto the track to track, and then enter that. But we'll check the boat first. Alright, what have we got here? You probably could have checked the top segment. We'll go down here instead. Check the pipe. Looks like we need to displace some things to head up. Sure, let's go up top. Interesting. And that's just ground. Yeah, Miss Yarrow, I'd forgotten that as well. I feel like I had encountered it, of course, a fair bit when I played this game originally, but that... You know, I have played enough track puzzles in Maker 2 to know it doesn't work there, so it kind of caught me by surprise to see it again. Oops. Now let's go over here. What? Ah, Undertale. Yes, that's right. Because, of course, this was 2016 and Undertale was still just a hot thing at the time. And look at that, Lanky Mario being used purely for the flowy eyes. Just think, it was only a few years before this would eventually evolve into Megalovania music levels galore. That Undertale would still be the meme thing after all this time. Anyway, we're going to lower this and everything's going to blow up. We have another P activation followed by lots of bombs once again. As well as a key to get me through the key door in the first segment. Oh, look, it's going to conveniently spit me through here. Let's not die to this right away then, let's go through here. Curse of the Golden Flower by Snugboat, interesting. And, safety coin. Can we continue, though, without picking it up? I feel like this is one level I do actually want to revisit for a completionist run. We missed way too much stuff for this to qualify as a clear. Ah, no, because you would need a P-switch activation through here. Luca, you still can't believe you made a Megalovania level, yeah. The kind of artistic compromises we all make. Okay, so no, I just need to run through here with the P. I have plenty of time to do that. Hang on, as long as I don't get stuck on stuff like that. Nope. Never mind. That's not it. Well, I think I may actually have to re-clear this. because we just missed too much stuff. I don't know if we would have missed it in the first segment or in the second, but there's enough going on in this level that I do want to see more of it. So we'll see. Maybe we shouldn't have spent the key on that gate right away. Ah, no, we haven't done this with the POW bump. Yes, that's right. And look at that cake off to the side. I'm just gonna bomb. Hey, look, it's a pink Birdo. At the end of the Julian segment over here, look at this thing. Okay, so Birdo is... do that. There was like a top center bit that we haven't seen, right? We also didn't go through this door with a P. So let's try that. In case it reveals anything early. 150 seconds, we'll likely have to replace something here. There we go. Super Mario Maker. What's this? Ah, it's Nikki. We came through a door, right? Yeah. I think so. Okay. Kind of a rocket Bowzilla here. This looks like time survival with the spike top compressing the P. And then one coin still unaccounted for after that. Whoops. Oh, poor Nikki. And poor Mario. That's okay, we've accounted for a few of those. There's one that I'm missing, plus the safety. Also, we're missing a ton of coins because of the checkpoints. I almost want to... no, we don't need to start over. But it's a little difficult for me to track what we have or haven't done with hitting the checkpoint this late. So let's redo a bunch of it. And yeah, we've never checked a lot of the pipes over here. Ah, no, this just goes up after we do the Undertale segment. Over here, as Builder Mario. And yeah, we'll wrap around this way. 3 coins, that's on par with what we've seen. Yeah, there was that one sort of in the center of the Ghost House zone that was unaccounted for. I don't know. Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Super Mario Maker. So yeah, kind of nice that the level does give you an out if you want out, but we are going to try to complete this one. There's just too much to look at that's interesting. We could find a way to recycle the checkpoint, obviously, that would be nice, but... as I was saying earlier in the stream, it's kind of interesting to think about how young key coin and checkpoint logic was at this time, since key coins and keys in general were only patched in around May 2016, if I recall. And I wasn't really even paying attention to Mario Maker at the time because I played up to the Bumper and Fire Clown car update, and then I was massively distracted by both Fire Emblem Fates and Factorio for most of 2016. And so it took me a long time to actually get back into Mario Maker and see all this new stuff and learn about things like the key checkpoint logic and key death and so on, which... at this point, I was very much still in a bit of an experimental phase, I think, with people figuring out what you could do with it. Can we do anything with the vines to the left? No, we can't. And yeah, Luca, definitely. Luca, in fact, you'll remember me saying about some of your levels as well, that some of their exploration felt very Maker 1-like to me, and this is a pretty good demonstration of what I meant. Yeah, there's the key door over there. I think the key door there is just the exit that's matched to one of the other ones. Let's just take it. We'll need it anyway for P-switch purposes, or will we? No, we want to go through here. And then drop back here? No. I don't want to go out yet. Although it would take me back to the... It would take me to the ending and then the starting area, but let's just continue here for the moment. And yeah, I think the exploration-based style, of course, is something that follows naturally from the fact that you don't have scroll stop, as well as the very thematic nature of a lot of these levels, just from, you know, having things like the amiibo costumes. I think it's a good mix that encourages this kind of very wide-open, continuous design, rather than sort of room-based thinking that we have largely in Maker 2, with scroll stop being kind of the bread and butter of how Maker 2 works. This is the coin that we're missing. That's the one coin that's unaccounted for, and so I need to think about how to actually access it. It's not going to be from here. We just need to drop down through the center like we did earlier, and possibly... Yeah, we needed to take advantage of the Thwomp Donut drop, perhaps. And maybe even this location here. Sidestep over. Oh, okay, no, I feel like we needed the Thwomp activation to be on screen, perhaps. No, P-switch is going to affect what? Yeah, so it's going to be above this tower, and we need the Thwomp drop to get up the tower. But then I need a fast way to get down from the Thwomps, if that's going to be the case. Oh, okay. So can I actually do it? Because Thwomp drops are going to be really quick. I don't think I can catch up to that. But I just need to get within Thwomp range, right? Like, if the Thwomps are dropping in from off-screen, that's still fine as long as I'm within range for them to drop. So I think I just need to jump from down below and hope for the best. Yeah, like, are we ever going to get within Thwomp range here? I don't know. Doesn't feel like we will. I'm just way too far out. So we'll need to rethink that one. 200 seconds remaining. We're likely to lose a lot of time, but if I don't figure this out, we'll die on time anyway, so... So what can we do to get this moving? It seems like if you manage to bomb these locations, that would work too, but... Unless this is, like, secretly... Well, no, nothing's going to be stacked there. It's not going to be that. So this is the one thing I can't figure out, is this coin here. And I'm thinking about whether we had anything like a boot to jump out of at any given point to get within Thwomp range here, and I don't think we did. And so it might be something else entirely that I just haven't seen yet. Mole with Cannon is a Bilbo level, you think? I remember somebody mentioning that probably in relation to Donkey Mit's level in the latest project when it comes to mole cannons and such. But... Oh, you know what? I've never actually engaged with this part here. Yeah, no, you fire and then you go. Yeah. There we go. There we go, that's easy. We're going to totally run out of time, though. I just didn't think about using this piece all the way over there. Very simple oversight. I will almost certainly run out of time, though, before I am able to finish this. So we'll just keep that in mind next time, and we'll save tons of time for when we come here next. I do need to P-switch first. In order to get to P-switch, we do need to loop around the other segment that we saw previously, I think. So I am definitely going to time out, so... But let's scout this out first so I can find a good pathway to take. Yeah, because this, I believe, takes you over to the P-switch segment, if I recall. Oh, it also redoes the checkpoint. I'd forgotten there was a checkpoint flag there. That actually simplifies things quite a bit. Yeah, I'd forgotten that that's the refresh point for the other checkpoint. And that is a very important thing to know here. Especially because we are very likely to hit timeout. Okay, let's go forward. And what do we have? Ah, yeah, we're missing that coin as well. So we're missing a bunch of stuff, basically, but... And we will not actually get what we want in time for checkpoint. But that's going to be the path, like one P-switch over here, and the other P-switch then on the other side, so... but we have 4 coins. 4 coins are saved at the checkpoint, so we are fine, I think, in terms of continuing directly. Just need to break a few things open again. Anyway, let's take this. Yeah, this level feels absolutely packed, I think, just from the sort of sense of constant variety in it. Yeah, next GM, welcome. Yeah, you're always welcome to hang out here, whether it's chatting or lurking or anything else. Hope New Year has been treating you well. Alright, let's make it through Julian's jungle. Switch to Luigi. And then take this exit out. So there's going to be 2 more coins plus the safety at the end. Oh, how was I that late here? That was common. Didn't think I would be quite that far back. Okay, let's... Nope. Miss once again. It's not tight. I'm just missing a few jumps and running into a few walls along the way. And that just happens. Among the many things, of course, that I miss about the Mystery Mushroom is the fact that you can just have all of these designs that accommodate being 1 tile high, but still allow the player to take a hit. Just as an extra safety margin that doesn't break too much. Yeah, we had the 1 coin that was in that other pipe drop earlier. I just don't remember where the entrance for that is. But we'll just survive the floating mecha over here first. Rocket Mecha Bowzilla. But it's kind of neat that you would have Mickey be the playable character here. As a bit of a tribute to the artist. Just looking here, there are 2 levels in the 1YMM that inspired 2 of your levels, yeah. Even just in this selection. It's amazing how lively a scene it was at that time, even though I kind of missed out on most of it while it was ongoing. Which is why it's been, of course, extremely valuable to have so many viewers here today that were very knowledgeable about the first game and actually remember some of this stuff. Now let's see. Ah, yeah, we still need to reclaim the key from earlier. I think I didn't do the POW bump past a checkpoint, did I? So we'll do the POW bump next, and I think that will likely be how we proceed. So we need to take that coin and work our way back up. And we'll take this coin so we don't lose access to the question block. Okay, all the way over. Princess Polyhedra, welcome. And yeah, we've done the boat already. I think past checkpoint, though, we haven't done this. Oh no, we need a key, and you need to go through the boat to get the key, I think. Anyway, we're going to take Pink Birdo. Maybe I should have gone back for the boat then, through that pipe. I probably should have, but that's okay. We've cleared everything with the P-switch, so... And we have access to the safety coin at this point once we get through the key door, so let's just go for the key. And that will also set a new checkpoint. Or, we already set a new checkpoint, in fact. Okay, so never mind. We'll be 1 coin down at checkpoint. Well, let's do this. And, oop. Birdo's showing off some moves here. And, oh, no, we don't need that. Ah, no, we'll keep Birdo. And that's the key. That's the escape sequence. That's okay, we're only 1 coin down. And Princess Polyhedra, I'm doing well. We've been playing lots of Mario Maker 1. Going through the 1 year of Mario Maker project that was launched in 2016. This is kind of a remix level in some way. That's kind of a tribute to a whole bunch of other levels that were made in the first year of Mario Maker 1, and so... luckily we have an audience that is able to recognize most of these creations. And yeah, Miss Yarrow, every time we see some kind of Mario Paint reference in Mario Maker, that is just a very special moment. Because I think Mario Maker 1 was much more overtly a spiritual sequel to Mario Paint. Look at this beautiful little... What is this? Like an airplane. It's Airplane Mario, yeah. Oh, we should have kept Airplane Mario. Okay. What was I even saying? Yeah, like every time we see some kind of acknowledgement of Mario Paint is fantastic, because like I was saying, Mario Maker 1 compared to 2 seemed like it was much more overtly trying to be quietly a sort of Mario Paint 2, you know. You'd have this Fly Swatter. You'd have Undo Dog coming back for the first time in forever, although Undo Dog, of course, is part of the second one as well. But... yeah, I mean, And the thing about Mario Paint is that, you know, it's such a difficult thing to actually access nowadays. If you weren't around for it originally, you wouldn't necessarily get what the fuss is about. You don't miss the Fly Swatter game. Yeah, I suppose if it just kind of gets in your way while you're doing everything else. Did we check this already? Yes, we did. But we'll do it again. You know, just for 100 Mario challenge. And we're going to see this key door. WarioWare DIY had a lot of Mario Paint references too. Yeah, that's interesting to know. I missed out on WarioWare DIY. I haven't played a WarioWare in a long time, actually. I was interested in the Switch one, but just didn't really set time aside for it in any meaningful fashion. Wait, we came up here, past this. I just want to explore this area first, okay. Yeah, we'd seen that key door a while ago. Anyway, here's a costume party. Oh, look at this guy. A very different functionality, of course, compared to Mario Maker 2. Interesting interaction here. That this pops the shoe directly with the Goomba dying on the block. I'd forgotten that. I don't know that I've actually seen it. Oh, here's the Tanuki statue, Mario. And here's Stiletto. Oh, and here's the Mario Maker pigeon thing, whose name I don't remember. Just have to remember to actually pose with each of these. I think we're keeping a pigeon. We're keeping a pigeon. Yamamura, yes, that's right, Yamamura. Now we'll see if we're smarter than a pigeon and we can clear the Cuphead tutorial on our way to the exit. Oh, no, that's okay. We're just going to be Waluigi. And Donkey Mint, I think, knows what I was thinking as soon as I picked up the revelation here that it was Waluigi behind the mask all along. We're, of course, going to check this. Nothing, okay. Yeah, that was a level... Thank you for all the GGs, by the way. That was a level that... I hope we actually can track down the references exhaustively. I don't know if Saku still has some of them in mind or has them listed somewhere where we can hunt down some of the codes if we can't retrace all of them. It seemed like we spotted, or at least had, good suspects for most of them, though. Especially from a lot of the Maker 1 vets in the room. You love that they gave Waluigi a tennis racket. Yeah, he got into this thing before he made it into Smash. And yeah, we'll just have to ask Saku about it separately, I think. But incredibly ambitious concept there. Yeah, to think about catching up on so much of Mario Maker 1 late, first of all in 2019 and then again now this year, is that I don't really have a good sense of when a lot of the levels came out originally, in terms of how early along they were when some of the big name levels started showing up, and some of the big name makers for that matter. And yeah, Princess Polyhedra, I'm glad you enjoy the stream as always. Good for sorting with whatever sorting algorithm you may be using. And yes, Lantis, we did point out the Exonum record a little earlier. Exonum was one of those people, by the way, that I realized I had already followed in Maker 1 for a long time, but of course never met until Maker 2, and it was when I kind of booted up this game again and saw like which makers I already had saved that I realized I already knew who Exodum was. Saku's levels in this game I hadn't played. I played everything by Saku in Maker 2, but not in Maker 1. Anyway, next one is a level that was referred to in the previous level, and it does involve Birdos. It's going to be Scooch Your Forehead. So let's bring that up. Now, I don't know how many more I'll stay on for today, but we'll get through what I can. Because as some of you know, I have been trying to move my stream time up to an earlier and more North American friendly start. And so it means that I'll usually be finishing a bit earlier as well. But as usual, things like the scheduling changes, etc., are going to be announced on the Discord as we go. Scooch Your Forehead. This is going to be the first one-screen-wide level that we will have seen so far, the first one that's not taking up the entire banner. And Luga, you were asking... Oh, yeah, you were talking about the Yamamura level about the nest. Quest for the nest. Yeah, Birdo, what's up with that me? Because I can see on the website that Birdo used to have a sort of much less Birdo-like me. Because the old Miis are the pictures that are on the website that's being used for the YMM level list. But anyway, let's read the description. I haven't actually played very many of Birdo's levels in this game, actually. I kind of knew about Pink Birdo mostly by reputation afterwards in a later stage. So, the description says, if Use Your Forehead and Scooch Over, Birdo's two most popular courses, had a baby, it would be Scooch Your Forehead. This is a unique 4-screen puzzle centered around a combination of two mechanics. Moving objects with your forehead when carrying them isn't possible. And 2, a pipe that brings the player into a clone of the first room, except the room is scooched over 4 tiles to the right. Despite reusing ideas from previous Birdo puzzles, this is a totally different level featuring interactions that haven't been used in a puzzle before. Okay. Very exciting. I did not play the levels preceding this one, Use Your Forehead and Scooch Over. I don't think so. I think maybe I played Scooch Over. Like, it just seems so familiar, and we were talking about it in the previous level as well. That Anyway, we'll do this and we'll try to reconstruct it from first principles. And welcome, Electrodude. And yeah, Document, I did play it during that last level. I'm trying to remember if I did play Scooch Over, because I might have. And I know I could always just go to the profile and check, but everything on the level list is a bit of a laggy loading time here, so let's not bother. Anyway, we're going to enter, and of course, this being Mario Maker 1, we get to have a door in the bottom corner. The objective is going to be the axe. The axe is on this screen. And because of some of the screen trickery that we were warned about, we need to keep that in mind. This giant mushroom there as well. I love how instinctively my eyes darted to the corner to check for a clear condition, in spite of the fact that they don't exist in this game. But of course the axe would be empty if the condition were unmet. Maybe these doors are matched, or matched like by way of the illusion that was described earlier. So So here you're high enough that you can't actually see if this is the room that has the axe in it. I'm looking at the background decorations as well with the Bowser statues and seeing if they clue me into anything. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I know about the Amiibo exclusivity because I do in fact have the 8-bit, one of the 8-bit Mario Amiibos. I have the one with the classic color scheme, like the current brown color scheme, not the blue one. Not that I ever got that much use out of it, but anyway, 2 pink coins in this level. Let's see, we have access to the 2 doors so far as well as the pipes. Now this door is matched to 4 munchers. And yeah, I guess it's giving me a bit of a preview of the available space here to see what I can manipulate. If we can get onto the outside here, as we'll eventually have to do, the POW, well, we'll need 2 POW activations or some kind of direct POW collision, which doesn't look like it'll happen. P-switch activation would also potentially drop these walls, as we can see with the P-switch down below. Clear condition is to hit the axe, exactly. So the one thing we haven't checked so far is the pipe. We'll check that in a moment. We also haven't checked hitting the POW, although the POW looks like it's going to be like sort of a soft POW bump to move it between tracks, which of course is a mechanic that we haven't seen in a long time. Moving it off the track is going to affect something that is going to be reset when I go through a door, but I don't know currently what it hits on the top level because I didn't pay attention. So let's move back up. It would land the POW underneath the other door, I think. Which means that if you're able to race that POW upstairs after the bump, you would have to go through the center here. In order to go through the center here, you would need something else to stand on. We could bump the POW to the right. And that would take me far upstairs. Well, whoops. My mistake. Let's reset. Nope, let's not do that. Let's just let it go to the track. Also, I hadn't... Oh no, I had to check the store earlier. Shows you a mystery mushroom coming out of that pipe. No, let's not bump it. Let's just ride it up. We do need to bump it, or we do need to have a P activation that would allow me to proceed through here. Let's check the pipe. Okay, so now we're scooched over. So interesting that in order to get the screen lock to happen on either side, you have this level built on... well, I mean, there's a main world and a subworld. You can travel to the subworld through the pipe. And in either case, it's going to be one screen wide because it's the only way to kind of do a full screen lock in this game. But the fact that you're scooched over means that you can affect, or rather get the POW over to the track that's on the right side. Which will be important here because it allows me to proceed this way and get a jump up here. Probably does allow me to continue bumping the POW as well if we have a good reason to do so. I mean, we could potentially get it up to the top tracks, but I don't know if we're really in a good position to do that even with the vine. No, we can do that. It's going to move back, though. Luca, I don't know how many levels I'll play per stream. I'll play whatever is reasonable for me to cover in the space of one stream. Usually I like to run to about 4 hours if I actually have control over my time. But sometimes, you know, because we're doing an earlier start these days, maybe I can run a bit longer. So I don't have a set number for how many I'll get through, especially because we're going to hit some more difficult ones later. Like we still have to hit Barb's level, for instance. And I have no idea what Barb's level is going to be like, but it's one of the ones that like would be a point of concern when it comes to clear time. Okay, so in Bump the Pow, we also have access to some of the doors here. We have to remember that doors would behave a little bit differently. Can we grab that? I think it's just out of range. 4 hours is usually a sweet spot for you too because of food. Yeah, that's a good reason. I feel like dropping the donut block allows me to do sort of maybe a mid-jump up to that. No, it doesn't. Not really. I was hoping to bump the POW up, but that's okay. We can take a door. And then scout ahead here. We're out of time already. That's quick. So that's the scooched version that shows you the Buzzy Beetle on the right side. I think maybe we need to use some of these... Well, they're not going to be spatial clues to the first zone because of the way that scrolling works differently in this game. Also notice the offsets here. Oh, I guess it's because, you know, you... Yeah, no, I was just thinking about the muncher positioning with it sort of half off screen like that. Mr. Electrodude, will I be doing viewer levels, suggestions, or featured makers in Maker 1? After I'm finished with the YMM projects, we might do some of that. There are a few makers that I know that I do want to feature, and we'll see if we can actually have a few days where I do open submission. For the time being, I'm still going to be doing viewer levels in Maker 2 when I run the weekend streams. But Maker 1, well, we've got lots of stuff we can do. Clearly, there's some interest from people who are helplessly nostalgic about it all. Is the sound supposed to be low quality? Is it unusually low quality? I think it's just this current music track, right? But let me know if the sound is actually being glitchy. Because, of course, we do have pervasive problems with that sometimes. Anyway, this POW isn't going to do anything for me at the moment. I'm just looking at it and seeing if maybe there was something I could do to... actually, no. I know what we should have done with POW, I think. What happens when we bump this guy to the left? Yeah, we just need to follow the logic of everything that we had done so far. Assuming that I have a way to get up here, but... I have to remember how the camera locking works in this game, because some of it is based on the fact that my movement is constricted, isn't it? Let's see here. Such that you do have some stuff going on off-screen with the second checkpoint here in the subworld, as well as everything going on up there. Also, I don't know what pipe stacking trickery there is, if there is any. But yeah, Document, if you do have to go today, have a good night, and thank you so much for showing up and being able to comment on a lot of the references in the last level. And also, thanks for the resub once again. The fact that we can bump the POW further one notch to the right gives me a clue, maybe, about how to approach the first segment, but I have to think about the camera logic in this game, which I just don't have a good intuitive understanding of. Because you can raise this, you can also, yeah, ideally I want to eventually park a POW here on the track, so I have something to stand on to get through the door. In order to do that, however, we can do that, because we can just bump the POW back to the left, and we have a vine now that allows me to climb back up here once I've bumped the POW all the way back to the left side track. So that's going to be progress. I just needed to put these steps together. And Miss Yarrow, thank you for dropping by. Looking forward to your 2YMM creation when we get there. We'll be hopefully running this fairly regularly on our weekday streams. Whoops, I did not want to do that. It's going to come back, though. Nice little loop here to make the POW function. If you're like me and you mess up this kind of thing constantly. This might be the last one I play today anyway, so we'll see. But yeah, 32 levels in total in 1YMM. We'll see what kind of pace we can do these at. Oh, I keep missing. That's okay. Better to miss from this side because it'll just come back. Hang on. I accidentally did a climb here too. There we go. At long last. Amiibo costume gives you Pink Birdo, and that allows you to potentially bust through blocks. I should have checked the pipe. I did not think to check the pipe. Now, being able to bust through blocks gives me what? Does it give me anything useful here? Not quite. Not until I figure out how to get up to the top level there. Let's go back to the main room and see what we can do. There's a lot that's going to be very P-switch dependent here, of course, and we didn't really check this for that. There we go, that's progress. And then this doesn't give you anything yet, but it does allow you to drop through this side and drop that, which allows me to progress. And spring my way back up, which we would want to do. Why? I don't know yet, but let's keep that in mind. Because we can do something symmetrical over here. Drop down. That would allow me to bump a POW on top of this and spring on. Like, the POW would drop on top, and then I would be able to use it as a platform to get back up. Why would I want to get back up? What could we do to manipulate this further? Let's think about that. And bump it over. Because if you bump the POW while the spring is loaded on top, then you can bump it to the right in such a way that allows you to use it to get up to the top right. Because it's going to remain stacked. And it's going to allow me to do this. The camera is going to take forever to follow, because that's just what the Mario Maker 1 camera does. And then this fuzzy shell will allow me to bust the blocks that are next to the door, as well as all these blocks here. Now, do I have an opportunity to drop the donuts so we can, whoops, send the shell over to the left side? Anyway, we've established a lot of stuff here, so that's a good amount of progress very quickly. So let's get back over here. And then do the same sequence. Very good, of course, to have some practice with some of these Maker 1 exclusive puzzle mechanics before we do anything much more complex. I'm going to clear that off. And there we go. So that's going to be back to the initial area, followed by the door on the left so we can bust open that ceiling. Making good time. Then we can drop this. That will allow me to do the same thing with the POW as well, sending it over, but I don't know if we want to do it on this side yet. Let's just follow our current progression path. Because I feel like we would need something like a P-switch to bust open the blocks before we proceed. Or that shell that we saw much earlier. Anyway, let's do a bit of stacking. Load this up. Scroll the camera, perhaps. Yeah, let's scroll the camera so I can actually see where I'm going. Perhaps, nope. I probably wanted to not do that, but no, that's okay, that'll work. That'll work just fine. Remarkably, we're likely to die to this again. And there we go, that's the P-switch activation. Very good, that clears that. I was hoping to leave that alive long enough to clear more as well. No, we're going to remain in the subworld, and that's probably fine. Because it allows me to get a quick return up here. I wanted to maybe activate that in the other subworld, though. And also clear this, so we can go through this door, because we haven't really gone through this equivalent to grab the invisible costume here. So, I feel like we should actually go through a door to respawn a shell, and redo this interaction here. And of course, you're going to get access to the shell right away, so you don't need to redo very much. Nope, not enough space. Should have thought about that a little more thoroughly. That's okay, we'll get back there in no time. Yeah, we've been progressing through this one fairly nicely, I think, so. In terms of just being able to see what to do next, things flow very naturally. Did we even need to POW bump to get up here? I don't think we did. Oh no, we did, because we needed to hit the block, and we would not have been within range. Okay. That's okay, yeah. So let's not second guess ourselves here. We did have the right sequence so far. And that's going to come up. And what's going to happen now is we're going to go up. And then not whack the POW, because that would be a disaster. Whoops. That would also be a disaster. That would be a massive disaster. Okay, let's not do that. Let's redo this whole sequence here. And get the vine up and running again. Bump this to the left. And yeah, that's how puzzle solving goes. You see what to do, and then you die on the execution for rather too long. Up we go. Nope. Surprisingly difficult to get on that and hit up without going up the vines, which are kind of on either side of the door. Surprisingly difficult. Let's bump this. Bump this. And continue. Okay, that's a power bump. Power bump once again. And then I should drop the donut just to give myself a bit more room. There we go. That works a lot better in some ways. Even though it doesn't make a lot of sense, that would be that much easier to deal with. It is. Anyway, let's keep progressing. It's going to be past the initial area here. Might as well drop that. It's going to remain dead for the next time we spawn in through this zone, so it does make sense to break as much as we can. Now let's do the POW loading. Nope, that was a mistake. That's okay. Oh, how much do we... no, we don't need to reset very much. It saves your progress quite nicely, in fact. Because of the property we described just moments earlier with the brick staying down. Okay, let's pull the camera. Yeah, so you need to land in order to pull the camera. That's the difference in camera logic here that makes it feel so sluggish relative to Maker 2, that the camera's not tracking with you until you hit a stopping point, like getting up to the vines. Okay. Much, much better, I hope. Nope. Okay, no, that works. Let's do this. Let's also do this. Oh. Coins, checkpoint. There we go. Yeah, auto-scroll is going to push everything. That's how everything has worked so far, just using the limited amount of scroll tech that you have in this game to create the necessary illusions. Yeah, we're going to have something new here. That's going to be more Birdo, actually. Do not have access to this, as far as I know. I would need, actually, an object to push me into it, if I recall. Luca, yes, I do have Mario Maker 1 levels. They're not really worth sharing. Maybe I'll play them briefly on stream at some point, but just to, you know, have a bit of a throwback, but you could kind of tell that I wasn't really picking up a lot of game knowledge from the community at large. Like, it was, you know, kind of like 2015 style levels where I didn't know a lot of things like the spawning rules and the loading rules, and so you would see a lot of inconsistencies introduced just because of that knowledge barrier. So we busted everything here. We had the P-switch open up to the checkpoints earlier. And we have the cake, of course, on the bottom we have the ability to take the P-switch over here, which would allow me to load the shell. I did not want to do that. I wanted the shell to be loaded in such a way that I could take it. That's okay, we can redo this quickly. We know that the P is what I'm going for. Also, no, we actually have the opportunity to load the POW here as well. Let's go back. No, let's redo this. Yeah, I want to load the POW off to the left. Possibly to the right, but we'll just do what we can with the resources I have available. That's not what I meant to do. However, kicking the shell does give you one POW hit. A second POW hit would be enough to deal with the munchers. A second POW hit, like right here, for instance, if we just go down now and do it from below, that allows me to grab coin 1. No, it doesn't, because we would need to send a shell over there with this current camera view. In order to do that, we need to land something here in order to brace the shell as a platform. So we need to do a head bump from below of another object, I think. We need to bump another object, basically, to displace the shell, and use the shell to collect 1 coin. Luca, as far as I recall, Mang started on Mario Maker on 3DS, not on Wii U. Okay, so we're going to respawn at checkpoint anyway. Respawning at checkpoint means that I'll have to reopen some of the slots that were cleared by the P-switch or other kind of block breakage, but the checkpoint is still going to give me a reasonable amount of progress. So. I never played the one on 3DS. I was aware that there were a lot of original Nintendo levels in it that you can't really find anywhere else. So we can kick this, we can also take it. Kicking it allowed me to hit the POW though, so that probably was correct, except for the fact that yeah, like if we kick the shell, like if we kick this guy, and then maybe do a shell bump when it's coming down to get it over, then I can use that shell for 1 POW hit. Use a POW bump for a second POW hit. No, I'd still be down by 1 shell. I'd still be down by 1 thing that I need. So I guess I'm not supposed to take the Shellman. I am supposed to give it a kick. And also, that squashes me. That's one important interaction. And yeah, he made 64. I think that was one of the things that kind of just killed Mario Maker 3DS in many ways. That, you know, it's very much your own little sketch pad that you have on your 3DS, but the sharing element of the game isn't really there. We don't... Oh, you know what? If I have the shell mitt, I'm able to bump this shell. I'm able to get it to... no, because if it hits a POW, that shell is going to die. I'm thinking about this in terms of how I'd be able to get over here. However, this shell is just resting here in such a way that we can get it twice, right? Like, so we can use it as a helmet once and we can use it as a projectile once. If I understand this accurately. And so we can use it as a projectile once to clear the munchers using the 2 POWs. But then we can also use it to bump the Buzzy from below. Because if you bump it from below, then you can reposition the Buzzy on top of the donut block so you can get it to collect the key coin on the left side. Yeah, well, I mean, even if you lost both access to the 3DS and the game, I think the important thing about Mario Maker 3DS is that it gave us Mang. And that's still a net gain in many ways. Okay, so what was I doing here? I need to think about reopening a lot of these gates anyway, so let's just do the shell the standard way. Just to make sure we send it over and open up as much space as we can. We'll need it to activate the P-switch. Hang on. Surprisingly tricky to do that. Nintendo banned one of your levels in Maker 1. That's very unfortunate. So let's serve up a shell. And the thing is, I can hit the P-switch myself. I don't need to... Yeah, I guess I didn't load it in the last run, but... We don't need to use the big shell for that right away. However, what I can do is go through here in order to spawn in this location. Ah, no, we forgot about the P-switch over here. Let's redo the P. Yeah, I forgot about having to do the P-switch to open this up. And I think we do, in that case, need to send the big shell over. But as you can see, Shelmet comes back as we expected. Shelmet is going to give me the POW eventually. Okay, this is the dangerous part. Let's actually stop this thing for once. There we go. Then we drop in here and we take the left side. And that's fine, we'll loop around. No. Yeah, that's fine, we can loop around. Let's just do this. Oh, we should have looped around the actual exit door here, because of course it controls your spawning position inside the level. I'm going to get this for the second shell, because we're going to give it a kick. That's going to be one POW. Then we hit a second POW, and then we load the Buzzy into a different position that will then allow me... Let's do this again. I was going to bump it to the left. You bump it to the left, you get it on top of the staircase, and then you kick it to the left to collect the key coin. That's going to be key coin 1. That's okay, that's a quick redo. We just need to make sure both the P and the POW are in position. It's a bit of a tight margin there, but we can make that fairly consistently, so let's just hit that. Hit this, great. Now let's get this guy in the right direction this time. Let's get him over there. And then hit the key coin. That's key coin 1. We're going to do a similar thing on the other side of the level now. And hopefully hit checkpoint while we're at it. So yeah, we'll need to do a pipe transition. And I need to remember that, so we actually do want a P-switch active to do this. We want to activate a P-switch and then go through the pipe. That's one thing we actually have not done yet, which we can do using, once again, this really dangerous maneuver. Or, of course, we can just go through here, loop around, and hit the P-switch the sensible way. Oh, in Maker 1, yeah, because of the deletion rule for inactivity. I'd forgotten about that, HuMade. Let's get this. How it doesn't matter here. What matters is the P-switch. And Oh my goodness. Going through pipe and opening up as many of these walls as we can. Would have been nice if we opened up that additional one as well, because that's actually the critical piece we really needed, was this guy down here. So that's okay. We have access to a P-switch. We can just step on it and redo this thing here, and then do the appropriate door transitions to also open up the left side, this time without the auto-scroll getting in our way. And then it's going to be, I think, a very similar series of interactions to what we've seen already. Although, of course, we won't have the Buzzy this time on the far side of the screen, but that's okay, because we'll be within range of actually just manually being able to get the key coins by running into them myself, so... Oh no, the POW was not within range. I needed to scroll the camera up further to get the munchers down, so let's redo this. And yeah, HuMade, after I'm finished with the 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, and 3 YMM projects, I will possibly do something like a viewer stream in this level here. Oh, I see why it gives you the Birdo mushroom right away, is to kind of make sure you don't have to fuss around with the height of the standard mushroom. Except we lost a helmet now. Ah, okay. That's okay. We don't need the helmet anymore, though, because we need the POW down below, which I forgot to bump, but... we no longer needed the helmet for the Buzzy bump, so everything here is going to be okay. As long as I get the camera within range. Let's make sure the camera is within range. Pull it up. It's going to come down. Yeah, we need to climb the vine, actually, I think. Okay, that's okay. That should be within range. Then we walk over to the coin manually. And that's going to give me 1 key. Now we need to match it to the appropriate doors, the appropriate sequence, in order to finish the level. This key door is matched on this side. It should just go. But it tells me, I think, that we should check the key door on the other side, because it might actually allow me to go through the pipe. And that would potentially take me to some kind of bonus before we get back into the axe. Like, would pop out of the pipe on the axe side. Oh no, you just popped out directly. Okay, never mind that then. Never mind that. I mean, I guess this is a fairly tight layout. There's no real room for any kind of bonus content. We've already seen the key in the bottom corner. Rather, the cake in the bottom corner, so. And Esmot1177, welcome. Thank you for all the GGs. Okay, that might be the last one we do today. I'm just going to take a look at the level list quickly to see if that is going to be the case. But, yeah, 32 levels in this 1YMM series. We have gotten through 8, so that's a decent number so far. We'll be doing Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. I don't know if we'll be able to do it tomorrow, but we'll definitely be doing it on the Saturday night and Sunday morning stream. And for the next session, we have a lot of familiar names coming. We have Exonum, Evgar, Waryutsu. Possibly we'll get as far as Bufflin, but I'm not really sure. We've got lots coming, including some people I don't really know from not having been around for this era of Maker 1. But we'll definitely continue 1YMM probably early next week. Do I speak Spanish? No, not really. I can read some really basic Spanish because I know some other Romance languages, but I am not the Spanish speaker in the household, unfortunately. So yeah, I think we will end it here today with Scoot Your Forehead. We didn't quite get 100% on every level. There are definitely some secrets that I've missed so far, but I think we've been fairly exhaustive about what we've been able to see. So, back to the course world we go, and we will scan around for a raid. I will likely be sending you folks onto somebody who's doing Maker 2, as we usually do. And like I said, we'll keep you updated on the schedule as usual in the Discord, because we're kind of making this work if we can, day by day, if I'm able to get online. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you especially for all the commentary on Saku's level earlier, as we tried to identify all the references to other levels that we were coming across, and I'm glad we even got to play some levels by people on the stream, like Lantis's level much earlier. Stay tuned for what's coming next when we raid, but that's all for me. Thanks for watching. We will see you for both Mario Maker 1 and 2 in the days ahead. And as always, fare thee well.